How's everyone doing today? Nako, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I appreciate it, dude. It's adjusted based on the skewness of the, because it gives you a better frame of reference for if puts are bought or sold. Sorry. Sure really brings out your thick peepee. Thanks, Carl. Good morning, Potato. Does it make you more bearish that Watkins said to buy calls? No. I know what he's referencing. It's just that no one's really, like, no like longer dated positions have capitulated yet. So I don't think we're going to see any significant pullbacks. And the pullbacks we do see due to profit taking are probably going to be minimized. Futures might take a different track, but the hedge is enormous and growing as we continue to drop. And I think we're going to open below 4,000 again here. Or just at 4,000. That's a fine red bear shirt you got there. Oh. Yes. Burned myself by not having enough theta on Upstart last month. But rising borrow rates look awfully compelling, no? Actually, no, they don't. The prime borrow rates have stayed relatively static. I'm not very excited about Upstart right now at all. I have covered calls out on it at 15. I expect they will go out of the money. I'm not going to say I care if they don't. They're already up quite a lot, but ES went up. Shouldn't that pull SPX up? ES barely went up. Oh, okay, we did open slightly above 4,000. Is this a cooking show? Ham flowers for breakfast? What? You don't... More people need to read Flowers for Algernon. There's so much depth in today's title and stream card. How do I get on Discord? We gave a Zillionaire last night, the special Discord. Oh, you connect your YouTube account to your Discord account? You go to settings and then connections, and then you like connect your YouTube account, and then that syncs your membership and unlocks the rest of the channels. Assaulted Peanuts. Thank you for becoming a Dillionaire. Here's a song. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
Jen the librarian should read us books on Saturdays. A song just for me. Yep. OPEX or overly bullish market? I'm gonna go with overly Overly bullish volume at open. Let's see here. Oh. Yeah, still not crossing 40.12. Ooh, VIX is at 23.27. Fun. Earnings should be after the 17th. Earnings should be before the 17th. The F is a buck? In the last month, I got out of all of my FUBO at 319 and all of my Upstart at 2142. Someone take out my smugness off my face. Congratulations, man. Downside gap. I wonder if we fill it today. Probably. Checkmate, Rob. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Upstart launching. FUBO launching. Launching's a strong word. Going up as long as the market is. A better way to put that. Mm. No. Too slow. Dear God. Why is IV jacked to the tits today? Oh, because the minutes? Seriously? Fucking market's a circus. How do you calculate skew adjusted GEX with math? Did Lauren write the DM or chat GPT? I don't know. Knowing Lauren, probably chat GPT. But he seemed sincere about it. What is IV at? 37 at the money? Intravenous. Okay, no, hold on. Before we do anything today, I need to explain the stream card to everyone. 'Cause I can't go through this without people understanding, and I'm starting to realize that most of you have not read Flowers for Algernon. Spoiler alert. Flowers for Algernon is about a man with a mental disability who receives a special operation that makes him smart. Very, very smart. And there's a mouse that also gets the same operation, who's also very intelligent afterwards. That book made me cry. Yeah. I'm trying not to give away too much of the story, but basically, he starts to lose his intelligence over time as the operation is ultimately a failure. And I think it's very apropos if you compare it to everyone in society right now using chat GPT to make themselves sound smarter. And then ham flowers because Kendra. I don't want to give away too much of the story. You saying I'm dumb? Maybe. Do you think Chat GPT is smart? You're probably an idiot. Nervously looks around. Read the book to us on stream? Maybe. It's a short story. Well, originally it was a short story. There's some literary techniques that I don't know if they translate well to someone reading it to you, but let me guess, at the end of the book, he buys a pigeon whale membership? No, but that would be a better ending. Exactly how risky would it be to sell my Upstart shares out from under my Upstart covered calls? Infinitely risky. You would be taking on infinite risk. $311 pages, ages 14 and up. We got this. Do you think the pickle jar will ever collectively out earn you? I don't, probably, right? Just the sheer number of people. You saying that I'm not as dumb as you thought was one of the biggest compliments I've ever heard you give. Wait, I don't, did I say that? How do you feel about Upstart's volume this morning? It keeps going up, which I find interesting. Or they're just gonna get an off-reg show today. Should be less interesting. I do have more cover calls I can sell. Ooh. 20? But given that it's kind of moving in tandem with everything else, I'm still kind of unimpressed. Let's see what happens when futures fail to regain 40-20. Because so far this isn't looking great. They do almost have VIX down below 23, though. Jimmy about to run. Vanna going wild. Eh. Tesla back over 200 today? Well, it's back over 200 this morning, right? Well, not quite. I don't know. We'll see where the market pushes to or fails. Did you sell your Baba puts? No. No, the ones I have left, I'm probably gonna hold through earnings. I sold most of them, but I do have a few left. Like 15, 17 of them, something like that. Why does Amazon look like it's trying to OPEX right now? I mean, everything's pushing up, but so's the market. Ooh, test. Okay, VIX now under 23. They did it. That could be concerning. Pull back. But what level? I don't know. Volume's dying off. So, like, futures are pushing up to resistance. Well, not even. They're really pushing up to, like, 40.15 again, which is pretty much where they got hung up yesterday. I don't know. It might fail. If it fails, then it's really not all that compelling. Volatility seems high, though. A little harder for them to edge down VIX. I keep seeing stocks I used to trade so illiquid. Every one of them big spreads, no volume. The market's very illiquid. Not Apple. What's Apple doing? Ew. Yeah, Apple has already failed to take off. Netflix is doing pretty good this morning. The amount of people buying calls on Netflix is kind of insane to me. What is a ham flower? I think it's like a butthole. Gork, is the market saved? No, I don't think so. Who's trying to push futures up? Some idiot using Chat GPT? I think the goal is to actually keep VIX under 23 more than anything else. I don't think there's any like bullishness. I just don't think I think they don't want VIX rocketing right away. VIX down means cheaper puts, right? At risk of sounding like a broken record, Apple's continuing to sell off. Yeah, yeah, it is a bit. Let's see if IV dumped anymore. IV's still ridiculous. I'm not paying $11 for a fucking 4,000 put. It's absurd. How much should I fit today for tomorrow? It's only 18 for a 1 DTE. Hmm. The calls on Netflix are because Cobra Kai is the best show ever, and one by one the other streamers are giving up the fight. They're like, okay, you made that work, we give up. I see. Is that... Are you sure? I bought some NVIDIA 205p for April. I bought near the money and a decent amount of theta. It was gross. That's actually pretty disgusting. They'll pump it up before the minutes release, then drop it like a rock. But we already know what the minutes say. I don't know. I don't know what the anticipation is. Are we gonna find out that Bullard wants 50 points, but in writing? Like, it seems stupid. They're not doing a season 3 of Mindhunter. They already confirmed that. 5-year auction matters more. Yeah, I agree. People think it's a normal FOMC release for some reason. Yeah, it's not a rate decision. It's just the minutes from last month's rate decision, which we already know the outcome of. And no one gives a shit what the vote count is, right? So bull trap, for those that don't know, the minutes are already known. I wouldn't call a bounce from 39.96 to 407 or 410 uh, a, a bull trap. This just seems like more advantageous put positioning. Based on notes, won't the market bake in 0.25 or zero point 0.5? If we begin to escalate rates again, that is big news. They're just going to bake in 0.25 because that's already the expectation. Does Upstart being on Reg Show influence your buy-in target at all? Not really. It's Loretta Masters who will find out once 0.5. She said during the last meeting she saw a compelling economic case for a return to 0.5. Presumably we'll see that case being made. Okay. It just seems like an arbitrary thing to hang up market expectations on. The lack of confidence in anything right now is astounding. It doesn't really foreshadow anything, right? Because all the assessment for the next decision is made at the meeting for the next decision. So it gives us an idea of their thoughts in the past, but we've had two hotter inflation prints since that meeting. So it seems like the information from that meeting at this point is kind of irrelevant. If this is the non-deferred portion of OPEX, it is small. They found no need to wait until morning of final day. But there's a holiday, so there's probably no OPEX covering going on. True words you're speaking. I'm here for education, conversation, and to learn. Fair. The people who don't read your daily are thinking that the written version of last month's announcement will matter. It's like betting on a play and then trying to place a bet on the replay. I mean, kind of. Yeah. Well, here sometimes provided like there's no large shift in macroeconomic trends, I could see there being value in the minutes, right? Because it can add certainty to what was previously uncertain. But since there has been a significant change in like the CPI and PMI data, no, not CPI, PMI, and PPI, along with PCE coming in a little warm before the Fed decision. Like there's obviously a significant shift in trend in inflation since those minutes were written, and that is not going to be a topic of conversation in those minutes, so it's worthless, right? That's not going to add any certainty to anything because they weren't factoring that data into their decisions. Is that final 1 to 2 day hiccup before G on the longer time frame of SPX? What? And the GA is something that is an effective, accumulating negative hedge over a period of time. And the video weeklies are bonkers with IV. Sell naked calls at 210. No. Don't do that. Is unbelievably no. Uh Get entry on March 17, 4000p. Is it? Not particularly. I guess it's okay. Why would you buy so close to the money with I guess it's not that much theta. Very close to the money though. Is this over yet? Yep. Okay. Just grinding down IV. They're really not doing anything else right now. When Powell spoke, he mentioned that there was something he would discuss further in the released minutes. Did he? I must have missed that. Ko-Fi warmed up yet? There could be lines in there like, well, if CPI comes in hotter, that would be a whole different story, and I'm super down for 0.5 in that case. I see. Do you still think Feb OPEX could be big? Because if the DFV deferral period DD. No, I think the DFV deferral thing has already played out. I don't think we're running for Feb OPEX at all. I feel like I made that pretty clear over the last week. Maybe it was slightly longer than that. When I sold $17 covered calls and was like, yeah, I'm not. Well, I sold $19 calls and then rolled them down to 17. Good entry for AMD and Spy Pits. I have some both already, but I like this bounce. It's a nice little bounce. It's not fantastic. I'm sure if we actually got a bounce, it could move up higher. I don't know if that'll be today though. So yeah, I mean, if you're trying to time an entry today, this might not be a terrible period to do it in. You could wait till after the Fed minutes though, when volatility goes down. Yerk, my wife is concerned that I share a bed with my buddy when we go hunting. How do I make her realize it's only gay if we make our nut wand spit while wearing toe rings? We're just trying to create our own heat. Oh god. Toe rings, Kendra, for the 500th time, are not a prophylactic. The minutes actually include a spell to reincarnate Volker and plans to ask him for advice on inflation. Would you get 3 DT SPX call to hedge PCE data print on Friday? Yeah, Friday I'll probably enter some sort of straddle. Where do babies come from? Kendra's hunting tent. Yeah, When asked whether the committee discussed a pause, JPOW said, "We talked about how to move forward, but you'll have to wait for the minutes." Oh, okay. So the market's hoping that they plan a pause. They're not going to pause. Inflation swaps are trading at 6%, like a 6% terminal rate by September. No one's pausing anything. What are your thoughts on March puts for Upstart? Eh. Actually, with this morning's test, not so bad. Not enough theta, I would say. And IV, well, IV's still pretty low. So I guess that part's nice. Could be worse. I would wait. Upstart still seems very sensitive to market volume right now. A sincere question, what's your expectation for NVIDIA earnings tonight? Do you think the earnings will be super bad? Will you plan to do any hedging? If so, what is a good hedge? And how many DTEs? Thank you. I mean, you need to buy, if you're buying a hedge for NVIDIA tonight, and I'm going to buy a small one, I would probably get something like Leaps. I think their earnings is going to be really, really fucking bad. Like, bad for them, bad for the sector, maybe even bad for the market. I think they're going to have an extremely hard time with everything that's happened over the last quarter, beating estimates, which are actually a little high for them. Almost like the analysts want them to fail. I've got a weird feeling we're going to drop to 3,900 today. I wouldn't say that would be surprising. Grab. You know what? I kind of want to. No. DT. I have 39.75 already? I do. It's kind of pricey. 39.50. Uh, Ew. Ooh, Tesla's falling off a cliff. Nice. Where's Stefan? Contradict me. I also need to wait until tomorrow before selling to avoid a GFV on my SPY and NVIDIA puts. Okay. We... Oh shit, where's that meme? Apple is continuing to sell off. Yeah, we get it, dork. God. April may have been too much theta for my Tesla puts. Is it? In the spirit of Victor, is Tesla dead? He can ask me himself. He still comes in here to find out. SPX looking like it wants to fill that downside gap. SPX looking like it filled that downside gap. My Tesla 110p for 317 safe. Jesus Christ. Random, the move in the US towards psychedelic use, decriminalization, and potential legalization is something like PSIL good to look at? Have you explored this space at all? I mean, if you can find a company with like patents, they might be worth like a buyout, but otherwise the main beneficiary is going to be like big pharma. While the market was going up, I was watching Apple continuing to sell off and it inspired me not to sell the put to try to get a better reentry. Oh, I see. I'm glad that you were inspired by Tim Apple today, Derek. I know how much you love their products. Tesla's just picking up my sold CCs at 170. I see. Speaking of filling gaps, my port filled the NVIDIA 317 150Ps it was missing. Oh, Jesus. That play is not wise. And I have over leveraged it a bit. I'm a psilocybin facilitator in training. Drug dealer? There's a main push for non medical integration with psychedelic programs. I'm sure some antidepressants will push to market, but you can't patent mushrooms, can't you? They'll find a way. Or they'll make the licensing so restrictive that only they can afford it. Like the FDA. What's up, Grizzled? How you been, man? According to Walken, this is a relief rally. I think the relief rally Walken was looking for failed to come to fruition. Is 3965 resistance on SPX roughly the same for SPY or not at all? It should be relatively close. I don't know the exact price point it would be at on SPY, but near that range, maybe like $1 off or something. Peter Thiel is trying to patent using them in therapy. Patent's already in. Can't patent mushrooms. Tell that to Monsanto. I mean, they don't exist anymore. They were bought out by Bayer. This is the problem with legal pharma drugs. They need to synthesize the natural elements so they can then patent it. Drink gas station coffee and trade SPX, or drink artisanal espresso and trade SPY only? Shit. This is the hardest question I've ever been asked. Do you think today's FOMC minutes, if bullish, could push us to 40-50? Or that's impossible based on the positioning? I mean, it's impossible based on the positioning right now, but that doesn't mean people aren't going to start loading up 40-50s while we're... I would say like 40-20, 40-25 is far more realistic than 40-50. But, you know, the market, if there is bullish momentum and interest, the market maker does buy into rising prices right now. So, potentially, I guess. It seems very unlikely, but it could happen. Is Walken mentally disabled or trades? Both. Gurk, I'm a sex therapist for my wife's friend's husband. When they can't get erect anymore, they spend one weekend with me in a tent and come home with a batter fountain as hard as a midget's head. No complaints besides density increasing. Dear God. You know, I just... Some days, Kendra, you stepped away from my desk for a few and thought Epps was falling off the cliff. Then noticed it was Tesla again, so I guess I have to wait a while longer for my upstart puts to print. Oh, yeah, maybe. That's in fact Tesla. Being right and early is the best. Yeah, it's correct. Bayer will bring to market FDA medical approved GMO shrooms with patience. Were the baby bulls tricked again with this morning's price action? It would appear that yes, they were. They were fooled. The answer is quit drinking coffee. Wait, hold on. Where did that go? Trade SPX, then do Coke with the big brain profits. God, it's starting to sound like a hedge fund in here. That's not a compliment. Would you rather stay in New York City but only able to trade SPX tests of VWAP on your phone, or have the greatest trading setup you could imagine with a 50 milli port but live in Hoboken? I'd rather stay in New York City. I'll figure it out, or buy a bigger phone. Or multiple phones. You missed my 16-month member chat. 16 months of talking about making white, yellow, brown, green, and red. Greatest art class money can buy. Especially the primary color parts. Because with the primary colors of yellow, green, and red... no, we don't have blue. We need blue. What's blue? How do you make blue? Jesus fucking Christ. Gamma squeeze much? Sorry about your calls, Walken. I'm right here, man. Has Ko-Fi ever contacted you about the weird content in the messages? No. God, I love stonks. They're pretty cool, you know? Just right off a fucking cliff. Well, future's now below 4,000. That was pretty important. And VIX at 2338. I think things can only get worse from here, but we'll find out. BTU CSPs. How's it doing today? Ooh, maybe. No, you don't sell CSPs into a falling market. Don't be greedy or rash. Bear song. Why you? Not you, Tom Tom.
I can be red, I can be green, I can
This
be
is just gonna make everyone
violent
sad while we're
downside, I
making
can be
money.
bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish,
You
I'ma
make
be
blue and you're
anything
jugglers
I'd
and you
like.
make no
I
white.
can be red, I can be green, I can be
Thanks, sweet and sour.
violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be
No, the
violent
bear dance party
downside, I
one.
can
Oh,
be
I'm not playing
bearish while
that.
your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like.
YouTube actually hates it when I play that video. For the record, you were definitely right about Tesla yesterday towards the end of the day. One of my favorite moments is when you shred through the logic of the comment section and play devil's advocate. Thanks. Dancing Bears at 3,900. A break of 3,965 today. And I will consider Dancing Bears. Don't you dare get demonetized. My kids need new shoes. I'm I'm always funny, Trash Dan. What are you talking about? Do we see more bounce up for Nvidia before the plunge? What? It's it's mid plunge. It's okay, Trash. It's just my feelings. They don't matter. Did you think a set PT of 3850 for SPX March 31 4000p conservative or a little greedy? It's not conservative, but on a breakdown of 3965, okay. I could see that being the follow-up price target. Level by level, right? They'll be streaming the death on Nvidia, aka their earnings. I mean, I probably should, considering how many fucking puts I've bought. Stop ignoring how bullish AMC looks, Garrick. Nah. I can only assume people who keep asking about bounces are the ones who weren't paying attention to Girk repeatedly talking about building a long dated put position for like a month. Time to stop ignoring how bullish AMC. Oh, Greg, they matter to me. You're my only friend. We are friends, right? What matters to you? I mean, we're friends, but I'm not coming to your fucking tent. You know? Please stream NVIDIA earnings. I'll think about it. Why is NVIDIA PE so high? Because the market is irrational. If you stream NVIDIA earnings, you may take a shirt off. That's a distinct possibility. I make a lot of money if NVIDIA goes to, like 180. I make an obscene amount of money if it goes to 150. And if it goes to 100, I might not be streaming the following day. Any more thoughts on Revlon? Just hope for a buyout before wiping out the existing shareholders? Yeah, it seems about right. Oh, my feelings. Oh. Thanks for caring. 8,200 Ps were added to NVIDIA's OI yesterday. I hope this stock goes to zero. The the ramp is there. They're gonna announce a buyback with all that cash they don't have. Or they're gonna expand their buyback that they already can't afford to complete. Shut up, Darth. Why is Plunge Protection Team interfering with my games? Ow. Oh, fuck, that hurt. I don't like sneezing. Okay. I'm okay. Can we talk about the Plunge Protection Team again? No. Was it one of those sneezes that makes your arms ache? Like my traps? My traps are aching right now. It like I sneezed and then my nose closed somehow. And so all the force of the sneeze just had nowhere to go. And I felt like my brain blew up. But you'll be back the day after that, right? We'll see. Like a seal's nose. I wanted to talk about PowerPoint, not plunge protection. Not everything is a conspiracy. PowerPoint is a great way to present mindless corporate data. It's true. It is. You should have added Microsoft so I knew. And also for the licensing rights. Also, bad news, I gotta sign up my Jamie shares on Friday. Good news, I made 20% on that money already because of you. Nice, man. I guess congratulations, but don't be so loose with your long-term holding capital. That should really be held in like long-term holdings. So is Elon finally dumping his regarded cultists? We'll see. Dot PPT better? Okay. Why is Adam Aaron's stock running and Ryan Cohen's stock isn't? Is Adam Aaron better? I don't know. We'll have to wait for the discovery process. If you leave, we will find you. That's not creepy. Mike sells CCs. Guess who gets to stay home from work tomorrow to spend all day with you because of an incoming snowstorm? This guy. What kind of job do you have where you don't have to go to work? You get snow days. Will you give me an update on Upstart liquidity? Yeah, it's I posted it in this morning's DD. It's liquid. It's pretty liquid. I figured out why Meta is doing relatively well. They added blue check marks. Bullish. Oh, like the verification thing? Zuckerberg stealing Elon's ideas. Nvidia open at 160 tomorrow? I don't know. At least AA is open about milking the investors. That's true. But he also does a lot more milking of them. Are you reading into Jimmy's lack of downs with the market as a sign of impending upside or just normal sideways chop? Jimmy's pretty illiquid still. If XRT doesn't go on reg show soon, yeah, they're gonna have liquidity problems for like the next month. Hey, Danny Tamborelli. I used to watch you on the Adventures of Pete and Pete when I was a kid. So you're into stocks now? That's so cool. I don't know who that is. I'm sure it's a funny comment, but I don't know who you're referring to. Someday when you decide to stop streaming, will you leave up the Discord? It's been a great community for trading. I would hate to see it go away too. No, destroy everything. Now that I have VIX puts with Theta at the right time and my port is green, what do? Does one just hold VIX and spy? I'm not used to 70% gains. I want to cash out. With so much Theta, don't leave us. I'm not leaving, but everyone fucking, Jesus Christ. Can't even have fun. Is there a bull case that Nvidia earnings can't be not that bad for another quarter? Sure. If that's the case, though, I'm just going to short the shit out of their next earnings. No. I don't think Nvidia's earnings are going to be a surprise. I'd be surprised if they just meet expectations. Pick of the Danny guy. That's not a picture, it's a link. I'm not clicking that. I don't trust you. Did SPX forget something at 4K? I mean, this kind of just looks like profit taking. Futures pumping a little bit. Still trying to keep VIX below 23. Are you expecting more downs today? Sure. On every bounce, the spread on puts gets wider because no one is selling. Why would you sell them? Oh, yeah, that doesn't look like me. It kind of looks like if Carl had hair and no beard. Okay, now I think these when you leave people are shills. Ignore them, Gurk. They're trying to annoy you. and make you feel trapped by the stream. They've broken out the psyops. Oh, okay. Good morning, Mr. Late today. Consolidation and put repositioning due to the Fed talk. Thanks. I don't think there's that much put repositioning. There's a little bit of profit taking. And futures pumped. Girk, I like to jump rope at the gym between sets instead of cardio at the end. My wife hates it and says I'm using the sound of my wrinkle purse slapping between my thighs as a mating call. Can I be a mod? No, you're absolutely not going to be a mod, ever. Have you ever considered briefs instead of boxers? Kendra is happily married. Would you check popcorn data once it's available? These legs up against a falling market are scary. Really? I think they're just closing out more of the arbitrage play with Ape. Oh, I'll take a look. Mostly just because I want to know how many people's zero DTE calls got burned. Oh yeah, a lot of them. Put OI is still fairly slim. Delta kind of flat around 4,000 to 4020. Yeah. Delta's a bit flat around 4,000 to 4020. But with the negative gamma at 4,000, I don't think we're gonna stay above it long. That was an impressive recovery, though. Huh. No, data API is down today. No Greeks. Can we talk about the Pickle hedge fund? What amount of AUM do you need to make this real? Thought maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but it could build both your portfolio and resume. Serious questions. Thank you. I don't know. Probably like to make it worthwhile. At least 50 million, but probably closer to like 200. Which probably wouldn't be that hard to get. I just don't like the idea of working for investors. They're the worst. It's been a great stream, Girk. You're one of the best traders out there. I'll be telling people about you years from now. Best wishes on your future endeavors. Much love. JK, fuck off. I'm not going anywhere. Why does everyone think I'm leaving? I mean, if Nvidia goes to 100 overnight, I might take a day off. Just because I need to dance around my house naked for at least 18 hours. As an accredited investor, I've already lost hundreds of thousands in terrible PE deals. I would love to lose more somewhere else. For the purpose of selling CCs, would you buy more Jimmy or Upstart? Not at these prices. Don't leave yet. I haven't retired. Can I bring the cocaine and hookers? Yes. What's your profit if Nvidia drops to $100? Like 25 million? Roughly. Yeah, that's it. Remember when you worked for 96 hours straight and by the end you thought you were a hummingbird? No. It's probably best. Pros, cons of a pickle hedge fund. I can only think of the cons list. Yeah, but that's before taxes. You're staying. I didn't say I was leaving. I just said I might take a day off. 26-year-old Gurk would have made 50, then blown it all at the club. 26-year-old Gurk did enjoy blowing money. It stopped out of my 0 DT puts at the bottom of that dip and then repositioned at the top. Now up another 50%. Thanks for all the help. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Not to mention, if Nvidia drops that much, the market is probably also taking a dump, and your puts would print there. Yeah, I'm not counting that. How much money did you put in your Nvidia put position? A bunch? Are your Nvidia puts green? Good entry right now? My Nvidia puts are currently up 25%. Well, the ones that you guys can see are up 25%. Is it too late to buy Nvidia puts? April 21, 170p, decent. Well, or I'm wrong, and Nvidia rockets up to 250 tomorrow. If you made 25 million, could you start a viewer charity called Pickles for Pores? Absolutely not. Do you have a hedge in place against your Nvidia puts? Currently, no, but I probably will before the end of the day. Can you explain how to build a put position with different strikes and different dates? Sure. You buy puts at different dates at different strikes. Or I'm wrong. Fuck, I'm buying more puts. Oh, silly Carl. If Nvidia goes to 100, will you finally start a high-risk pickle mutual fund? I don't understand. What's the benefit to me? I can stop doing pickles picks? I can make performance bonuses on Pickles picks. Ooh. Performance bonus, way better. Way better than $3 Ko-Fi. I found a pro. What do you think when people say they're hedging the market by buying AMC and GME? Like they both wouldn't plummet when SPY buys the farm? Yeah, they think that a market crash is gonna make the shorts squeeze. People think you're leaving for two reasons. They never realize how much you've been making this whole time. They don't understand you would be trading if you had a billion. You love it. Yeah, but I'd be trading like more important things. Full port into April NVIDIA 130p. That sounds really stupid. You can stop answering questions about picks on stream. You can just direct people to investor relations. I could hire an intern to answer basic options questions. Not when that Ko-Fi comes with Kendra's priceless poetry. Huh. Do I get bonuses for performing? All I get out of it is my girlfriend not making fun of me for an evening. Different kind of performance bonus, but yeah. Well, thanks, Kirk, for all the knowledge. I wish you well on the next phase of your life. I'm not going anywhere. Performance bonus, but you have to pass trades through a rotating community elected risk desk for the week. Nope, risk desk is Carl. I already decided. I don't need my risk desk telling me how to win. After the Nvidia rip to 400, you may want to appreciate the $3 Ko-Fi. I'll be all right. The money I put in Nvidia is just like money from GME covered calls, so I'm not super worried about it. For Nvidia hedge, what delta would you aim for? June calls 3-4. Maybe. Is that far enough out to dodge the fucking insane IV? Yeah, that's not too bad. Why are the out of the money calls so much more money? There's so much less IV. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, yeah. I mean I like these because they're less money than the at the money. What the fuck? IV on June calls is super fucked up. It's higher at the money and far out of the money. And then from like 0.4 to 0.06 delta, it's lower? Strange. Just sold calls, I guess. Too many sold calls? That's super skewed. Someone's lying to people about their 250 price targets. Yeah, I probably wouldn't get June. Ivy's pretty similar past March 17th. I'd probably get like April. Carl Risk Desk. We either retire in 20 minutes or we need to lease the back of a Wendy's. Exactly. Thanks, Dork. If coffee is a pour over but freshly ground and served with hand painted china, does that make it any better? Yeah, I don't like pour overs. Ralph Wiggum, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
If people think you're leaving, it's because life goes like this. Success equals women equals one woman equals less time for friends and trading. But like I said, they're just shills. Yeah, I don't think that's something you guys need to worry about with me. I'm very good at blowing up relationships quickly. It's one of my best skills. I've been new to shorting the market. I'm not used to making money with puts. Can you talk about exit strategies for longer dated puts? I'm up 100% on 421 350s and will wait for more downs. I mean, protect some of your profitability, obviously. We'll be able to get DDS at low prices sometime soon. Maybe. They're closing some stores and stuff, and I guess investors took that as a negative. JPM apparently sold out. What percentage of your total port is NVIDIA puts right now? Oh, I don't know, like less than 1. It just seems big to some people because they're poor. I feel poor. I deposited $1,000 into WeBull for a small port challenge, and it had been like 5 days, and I still have no options buying power. Sitting in SQQQ until I can buy some puts. Oh, that sucks. You should get options buying power soon, but now you're gonna have to wait T+2 after you sell your SQQQ position to have the options buying power. That's correct, Trash. Protect profitability, meaning take profits, not hedge, which kind of means set a stop. NDX is down 0.4, QQQ is down 30. Okay. NQ is down 11. 12. I think this is gonna fail again. VIX is so fucking broken. What if they fail to get it below 23 on this bounce? Does it just go to 40? I have portfolio margin, Bruce Wayne. And short-term treasuries. Hey Greg, tuned in late today. Did you cover Upstart on Reg Show? And if yesterday's price action was them trying to avoid Reg Show, thank you. I did cover it. I think some of yesterday and this morning's price action are an attempt to not only avoid Reg Show, but to get off Reg Show. The falling markets present a very good opportunity for long shorts to exit. So that's something you're seeing on AMD and Upstart. Is some exiting by long short positions. Boom, there it is. I don't know what you're talking about, Poopy Pants. How will you ever financially recover from your SPX $12,000 call? If VIX goes to 30, that call will go to like, it'll like 6x. Dork, they're not successful in dropping VIX right now. Oh, wait, they got it at 23. Hold on. Kenny's gonna do it. What's so special about VIX under 23? Oh, they've been trying to keep it under 23 for like 2 days now. I don't know what's so important about it for them, but they've been trying really hard. Susquehanna asked Kenny for a vol bailout. Why is it always Kenny? Because he controls like 80% of the market's order flow. VIX leading indicator for SPX of near perfect correlation. Pickle JavaScript to front run VIX available in Q2. No. Where can you see VIX go if it breaks 23 or 25? It could go up quite a lot. Oh, VIX 22.99. Futures are still really fighting for 4,000. Although I think if they get another big sell-off, that's going to be pretty problematic. Kenny wins again. Kenny always wins. I really need to reach out to them about that interview. Sad to hear you're shutting down the stream again. Best of luck at that new computer share gig. Does higher VIX directly impact SPY SPX? Yes. VIX is the volatility of the S&P 500. We're gonna have to keep Jay Fresh in line though during the interview because he really doesn't like short sellers. Who are the main big short vol players? Citadel, Susquehanna, Jane Street, 2 Sigma. 2 Sigma's a really big one also. Virtue to some degree, not as much as the rest. Who will buy your 1200 C when VIX goes over 30? Someone who needs to buy Vega? But anyway, got a job at Citadel, New York last week. Starting pay is $550 plus performance-based bonuses. He's wicked smart. Graduated top of his class from University of Chicago. Nice. Yeah, that's so depending on what position he's in, but that sounds about right. This market crash is lackluster. Gherk, me, you, one lucky viewer, head over to Citadel. We demand Kenny see us and offer you a cushy trading desk job, or we gamma ramp the market ourselves. No. Not someone who needs Vega. One of the dumb poors that sees you're up 600% and wants to chase. Street Fighter jokes. Hey, Dirk, has Apple started selling off yet? I wasn't streaming when I joined, so I don't know if you saw this. Short Bus Trader member, welcome to Dillionaire. Welcome aboard, Short Bus Trader. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Someone's pushing hard. Yes, very. Might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult. Huh. Although, is that the end of the gas? I was trying to stabilize it at 4,000 on futures. Not looking like much ups. Unless some more idiot bulls buy the stock. Yeah, I'm not. This kind of looks like it's beginning to fail. Slowly. But then VIX is going to spike again. It's an awful lot of work to keep VIX down. Could just be something. It could just be like positions trying to get out of 4,000 futures. That's on Oxy downgrade. Okay. I mean, I don't really care about public analyst expectations. I made a TikTok? When? Hold up. I don't even have a TikTok account. How did I make a TikTok? Do you think you could apply to a desk somewhere with $1 million salary? Show up in a tank top and basketball shorts, drop your year-over-year return for the last 5 years and say, so what floor is my office on? And then rip your vape? Probably, yeah. You take any profits from your SPX March 4000s yet? No? Bad news, this isn't actually YouTube. You've been making TikToks this entire time. Shit. Were you a Lego or Hot Wheels kid? You know, I didn't really have I had Legos, but not a lot of them. I had like some Legos, and they were mismatched. I had action figures and an obscene arsenal of fake weapons. And an erector set. Apple Watches can get an import ban due to patent infringement. Yeah, I heard about that. Is there neutral positioning for FOMC minutes? The IV on 0 DTEs is dumb. Yes, although I will say that we're currently not trading in the range that it's in. So the last two big drops threw us way south of the neutral positioning. I don't think that's ideal for the people who positioned between like 40.05 or 40.05 and 40.20. But we'll see what happens. VIX is down a little bit right now. And if this doesn't fail here, I guess it could hold. There's definitely a very strong push to get us kind of back in that range, and also it would appear also to lower the volatility. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to hold up much longer. It kind of looks like it's about to fail. We'll see. I had G.I. Joes. I also had He-Man and Ninja Turtles and like the Street Fighter ones that had the little like rubber band in their waist. Those were dope. Same question as before, but replace you with me. Probably not, Carl. Well, maybe. I don't know. You don't have that much experience, though. You could probably find something paying like 150. I think you have the qualifications for that, maybe. You're one relatable motherfucker sometimes, man. Am I? Explain Ninja Turtles like I'm 87-year-old Russian babushka with cataracts. Spetsnaz turtles. Gherkin, do you ever sell deep in the money calls when you want to sell commons? Get the premium and guaranteed price. Sometimes. It's not always worth it, but sometimes. Remember when you thought you'd get Amazon called away all those months selling in the money? Yeah. That was rough. I don't know why nobody wanted my Amazon shares back then. I made a ton of money off that though. I just kept not getting assigned. I eventually did. Unreasonable recovery. Huh. This is the hardest push we've gotten in some time. Oh, but VIX is ticking up now. We're losing control, Dork. How dare you, Carl? I was gonna do that with some AMC shares, but with my luck, number one will want to exercise since the RS, in my opinion, is bearish as fuck. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it there. I don't know. How's the IV? It's got to be kind of high after the last couple days. Do you think you'll go to heaven? I don't really think that's a real thing. Every time I try to buy your Amazon shares, you'd pull them out of your pocket and they'd be all warm and kind of damp. I kept forgetting my wallet at home because it was gross. They were kind of warm and damp. I'm not gonna lie. NVIDIA single-handedly saving SPX. I think more the other way around, but what's Dixie doing? Dixie up? It's just oil recovery? No. Nope. ES is red again. It's green again. This is ridiculous. Why are SPX puts not printing? Really? That's not currently a problem I have. Now that I think about it, I should have bought those shares so I could put them in an airtight box and huff the fumes out of them every now and again when I need a hit. You mean someone you know, right? Oxy downgrades are irrelevant. Got it. Really just an opportunity to average shares down? Probably. I mean, they underperformed like a lot of the other oil producers in the last quarter, but I still think they're like a solid company. Are their downgrades seriously affecting their price today, or are they just tracking oil? Yeah, it looks like they're just kind of tracking oil. Approaching a very nice entry price, actually. Ooh. With earnings coming up next Monday. Interesting. What's Upstart doing? No. Is this last week all over again? No. WeBull offering me free shares if Google tortures me, but no one who knows about my trades wants to sign up. Yeah, that's fair. Don't worry, they'll never actually give you any Google. Take a look at all my 0DT, 1DT, 2DT, 7DT puts are closed. I now have a bucket of money. Patience until after FOMC, or put on my big boy pants and get back in the pool. It's up to you. Long-time watcher, long-time money loser. Finally exited a Tesla trade with profits. Never again. Thanks, Garrick. Congratulations, man. My 3090 POI is at 150K right now. When I bought it, it was at 35K. Good to see the market finally starting to agree with me. Nice, man. You take a look at Fubo options as they head into earnings. Skew bearish or bullish? Hmm. Gamma Max is going up quite a lot on Fubo. Still a lot of puts at the $3 strike, but it looks like it's probably not going to slip much below 2. If it slips the rest of this week, probably not a lot below 2. All right, we're starting to get some positive gamma around 40-30 on SPX, a little longer dated. So some profit taking. Looks like down when we tested like 39, like in the 39.80 range. Looks like there was some profit taking to the upside. The gamma flip point finally moved down to about 40-50. Let's see. The skew adjusted negative hedge is up by about $1 billion right now. Probably higher when we're trading lower. And then puts and calls pretty split at the 4,000 strike. For 0 DTs, nothing really bullish till 40.25, but gamma above 4,000 is relatively flat. Puts are coming in right now at 39.95, 39.85, a little bit at 39.90, and a lot at 39.80, and even bigger chunk down at like 39.60 through 39.50. Sold? That's hard to say. Calls might be being sold at like 40-50. 40-35, it looks like a lot of sold calls. But that's hard to say for sure. Yep, still looks pretty bearish. How do you see the change in options positions? Do you just remember the volume before and after? I keep the previous update open and then open the new update and then compare the two. Posty McPosterson, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Congratulations. You've made it. Welcome to the Royal Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Enjoy shitting on the pores from your royal perch.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket.
Hey Greg, I want to sell some CSP on BTU. Is this a decent entry or should I wait for more put skew? I'm not looking to go synth long. You should probably wait a little bit. The market's still falling. I wouldn't want to sell CSPs, especially close to the money in a falling market. Commodities aren't heating up a lot right now. BTU could drive lower. Yeah. I get one of these for free, but I don't know what to do with it, so meow. Thanks, Gherkin Buller. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Tom Tom. Sorry I missed your message, man. Yeah, I'm not. YouTube really doesn't like me putting on the dancing bears. They sent me an email. Look, Ma, I made it. Thank you again, Posty. When looking at futures, is Ray to spy SPX movement? What futures do you watch and where? Is that something we can monitor as well, or is it behind a paywall? I'm not sure what's best to keep an eye on. I mean, there's a paywall for live data on futures, but it's not much. It's like $3 a month. I usually watch like the ES1 and ES2 contracts. Which right now is like the March and June. Yesterday there were 9,317.32 bought. Though I held overnight. Why would someone load about 1.5 million in puts so far out of the money? I mean, you don't necessarily know if they were bought. But I doubt they were sold. Well, actually, they could have been sold. That's not very, like, 1.5 million is just not very much money. Maybe just trying to capitalize on an increase in volatility in the short term and, you know, more potential downside. Yeah, a little bit of profit taking from some in the money puts. What's wrong with the Dancy Bears? Yeah, it's the copywritten music. Do you use TradingView for your futures? Usually. Sometimes Ninja Trader. Girk, when a company reverse splits, I've seen some nice runs before the RS with cost to borrow increase. Is this longs recalling, shorts rebuying so that longs can have the shares to sell before the reverse split? Well, reverse splits aren't announced generally. They just happen. And then, yes, that usually leads to a recall on the long side and then a sell off. This is it. That's right, folks. The battle for VIX 23 again. Yeah, I don't really get it. I don't know why VIX needs to be at 23. It seems like such an arbitrary number. I guess they don't want it near the call volume at 25. Yeah, lower VIX means puts are cheaper. So partially that. Considering we see a significant amount of like put OI come in, especially when VIX is under 23. VIX to 40 end of week. I don't know if VIX is going to go that high. That would mean some big like volumetric downside moves. What do you got, Dork? Apple's continuing to sell off. Could it just be big positions getting in place prior to the 5-year auction? Could be, yeah. What time is that? 11:30? Have you eaten a plate full of tater tots for a meal in the last year? No. Ask Visceral or Ben to come up with a song for the Dancing Bears. The video is too good not to share. I mean, if you guys want to watch it, it's in the announcements channel on the Discord. Like, at least 5 different times. Vix to 40 means Grick disappears for a week. Mute the Dancing Bears and sing the song yourself. Nah. Feud's fighting for 4,000. It doesn't look like there's a lot of fight. Oh, maybe there is. Hmm. Have you ever profited enough that you treated yourself to travel or trade while vacationing on an island? And I don't mean Long Island. No. I don't really do that. I don't like vacationing. Who would be in your pickle jar nightmare blunt rotation? I don't even know what that means. Are are you implying that I'm sharing a blunt with people I dislike? That sounds awful. First vacation at 8 figures, second vacation at 9. No vacations at any figure. What a waste of money. They're streaming Nvidia earnings? I mean, I might look at their, like, 10Q. And thus begins our range-bound journey from 39.90 to 4,000 until 2 p.m. They got VIX back down to 2280. Personal island at 9 figures? Not a vacation if it's home. Eh. Oh, this is failing. Oh, pump? Jesus Christ. The pump on every downtick is nuts. Oh. Real momentum here, though. Tell them to stop, but they're not done yet. Yeah, I've been to Europe. What's the thesis on GME these days? Are runs over? No, but dead for a little while. You should really travel a bit just to see some cool shit. Also, Gherk, the food and travel influencer streamer. I don't like the idea of streaming from my cell phone. I haven't been to Germany. I've been to France, Italy, and England. Briefly in Spain. You'll be rich, hire a crew. Oh yeah, I've been to Canada too. And Mexico. Favorite ancient landmark or historical site? It doesn't really do it for me. Canada is so fetch. Canada's about as fetch as the expression fetch. Do you expect to sell off into the end of the day? I don't know. This all seems to be largely in anticipation of the Fed meeting. We might just get a sell off here soon anyway, simply because these prices aren't very sustainable. My dream is for you to pivot into beauty content so we can learn your secrets on how to look awake and to sleep at the same time. Try again, Velvet. There you go. When people realize it's the minutes from 3 weeks ago, yeah. It's just the minutes being released today. That's correct. There's a 5-year note auction, which is fairly important, that comes up in a few minutes. Oh no, it's at 1 o'clock. There's a 17-week bill auction and the 2-year FRN come up in a few minutes. Hmm. I wonder if the floating rate note auction will be important. Probably not. Are you a fan of history? I mean, I've read history. It's interesting. I don't know if I'm like a fan of it. Like I'm not like obsessed with it, but I know about it. Sinful of time. Kenny wants VIX at 23 because he knows the market's about to move down hard. He's tired of dirty little retail and revels in his ability to cap their attendees. I mean, it looks like participants are just buying more puts as VIX drops and the price increases. So short repositioning, I think, more than anything else. I don't feel like that. It feels obvious to me that FOMC minutes will be a bullish revival of the FOMC decision, but why wouldn't it be? Well, the data's changed, first of all, since the FOMC, like since the rate decision last month. And then also the minutes aren't like a revival of the sentiment. That's already factored in, right? They're hoping to glean more information to reduce uncertainty. And by they, I mean participants. I gotta get my teeth drilled, so do me a solid and dump the market while I'm out. I'll do my best. When I saw those dancing bears swinging around that majestic song while heavy red bars are making green in my Fidelity Chrome tab, I'm pretty sure I shed a glistening tear of pure ecstasy. Nice, man. That was a great day. Fuck walking. Yeah, usually. Gorg, my friend, is this a good opportunity to load up on some puts, or is the market direction uncertain? I don't think it's that uncertain. It could be a good opportunity to load up on puts. Or we move up to like 40-30, and then there's a better opportunity to load up on puts. Are the bond auctions actually important, or just the market latching onto anything it can? Both. The minutes are from the meeting where the decision was made, yes. Thanks for all you do, Greg. By the way, ever thought about traveling to Asia, like Japan and China? They're great food and culture there. I've always wanted to go to Japan. I don't know about China. I guess it'd be cool. It seems like a lot of work to go to China. Maybe like Hong Kong, but probably not China. Well, not like Shanghai, I should say. Or Taiwan. Taiwan might be cool. Macau? Well, Shanghai is clean version of New York City. Huh. I'd love to go to Japan. I've always wanted to do that. But I also don't go on vacation, so I'd have to have a reason to be there. Food's good, but you need to know where to eat. I was down 140K-ish in December. Now I'm up 25-ish. Awesome. That's fucking great, man. I'm moving to New York. Is that reason enough to run away to Japan? Wait, are you really? Are you fucking with me? You're fucking with me, aren't you, Carl? How many Starbucks olive oil coffee will you chug if we get a 250 BPS FOMC pump? I don't have any Starbucks olive oil coffee. What is that? No, I'm not doing that, popcorn trader. Come to Northern Virginia instead. We can eat biscuits and gravy and go to museums together, holding hands, talk about the friendometer. You really want me that close to Mustache Girl? How come you never put up the GME floor website so we know how to sell in case MOASS happens? It's never seemed pertinent. I always thought Japan looks and sounds really cool. I had multiple people respond, "Oh, you've got an Asian fetish?" Why people think like that? I don't know. Are you kind of a portly, neck bearded man? Gurk, Japan is amazing. Come stay at my Tokyo penthouse and we'll drink Sapporo and ramen together. Interesting. Why would we drink ramen? It's kind of like like eat the ramen. I hate beer. I'm not drinking Sapporo. I'll drink sake and whiskey. Come to the land of alligators, hurricanes, the best AC units, and no state taxes. Hashtag Gurkha's Florida. That's definitely not happening. And I just realized Costco has coffee grinders available to use. Any coffee bean recommendations? Also, hello Secure. I mean, they have coffee grinders for like brewed coffee, like drip coffee. Come live with me in the Midwest. No. Alternatively, buy me one NVIDIA 150 put for March 17th in my honor. Alright. This is gonna fail. Yeah. But do they have support now? Where do you go to look at options data? See volume per strike? We pay for like a data API. If you booked a flight and reserved a nice hotel, you paid for it up front. Would you go to Japan? No. Not right now. I'm busy. Come live with me in atolls, and the atolls where they tested H bombs on my granddad. He's 94 now and still farming. I wanted to come get some of that. Some of the farming or the H bomb? How do you Grixamus Prime? Do you have an indication of the level at which this SPX rise will break down? It looks like a lot of resistance right here. But do they have any juice to bust through? I mean, I feel like the goal in the current push is to just be above 4,000 and ensure that VIX stays moderately low. Greg, if you need a reason to go to Japan, I'd be willing to go with you. I'm 6 foot, 180 pounds, and have a full chest of hair. Perfect. Oh no, Popcorn Trader's puts. Oh, they filled. They filled, Popcorn Trader. They're not yours, they're mine, but you can look at them. I don't like this number. Hold on. There we go. Gherk, don't come to Rhode Island. The beaches are full and the roads are terrible. I've been to Rhode Island. Yeah. It's like cold California. Like cold Southern California. Or at least the people. Although I've really only been to Newport. I've been to Providence a couple times, I guess. Japan is amazing for incels and pedophiles with money who need an outlet for their perversion, for a culture that embraces the young women who looks like teenagers in miniskirts. Yeah, I said it. Change my mind. Why would I bother? What an ignorant take. Yeah, I'm glad that you've summed up, 800 years of their culture into teenage girls in miniskirts. Maybe you're the pervert. Why is that the aspect of Japan that you're interested in? How about their amazing cuisine, fantastic architecture, woodworking skills, or blade making abilities? Fucking idiot. Don't forget Godzilla. Nuclear power plant safety. Well, not enough shootings. Yeah, Walken doesn't like countries where he can't have his guns. Thanks, Hartley. Without Japan and the success of Nintendo and Sony, we wouldn't have had GameStop. It's true, actually. The walk-in ban polls are always a landslide victory for the ban walk-in camp. I'm trying to cut my Tesla 190p today. How low do you think we'll see it? I don't know. The market started to sell off a little bit there. No shit, Joe? How about sell Half Square to covered call at a 50% discount? Everyone needs to stop feeling bad for Half Square. He has 6,000 shares of GME that he refuses to sell covered calls on. Japan has a lot of problems, but let's not pretend like the US doesn't either, okay? There's states in the US where the age of consent is also 13. And there's probably far more pedophiles here than there. Ah, I'm blurry. Smooth Kirk, best Kirk. I wonder if I could just like move my desk up and down if that'll... No, it didn't fix anything. I don't know why some days it decides to do this. Japan also gave us Ichimoku clouds. That wasn't the contribution you're making it out to be. I have family in Japan, urban hikes all over Tokyo, found amazing stuff, super safe, it's an amazing place. That's pretty cool. If the US culture was older, we'd probably have a proud tradition of buying, selling kids too. Oh, wait, we do. Right? If you had around 50K to invest in boring long-term indexes, does starting to DCA end of March, end of April seem reasonable? Expecting to, but once a month for 6 months. March, April? Maybe. That could be worth it. I would say it depends on what level the market's at. Sub 3,600, I'd consider it. Why can't futures just fail? Don't forget Japan also gave us Henka Ashi candles from the OG god trader of rice, Munehisa Homa. Nice choice of shirt color today. Thanks, man. A pilot that I used to work with left his passport in an airplane once. He had recently been to Thailand. He's a creepy 60-year-old from Arkansas who always sends money to his foreign online girlfriends. Ugh. What's the best way to reduce my tax hit this year? Speak to a CPA. Can you depreciate your land? How many pets, I mean dependents, do you have? My CPA dropped me? He said last night he claimed all his sea monkeys. I believe that. What parts of Canada have you been to? Toronto and Montreal? Come visit me and I'll take you to the world's largest rodeo. Uh, probably not. I don't think I need more rodeo or a cowbell. My CPA recommends I get married. You busy? You hot? Are Cornichons dependents, or is the cutoff at Zillionaire? Well, I think the Pigeon Wells are claiming the Cornichons as dependents. So yeah, I kind of only get left with the Dillionaires. Don't tell them our secrets. If you're into like 30-year-old Arab dudes with beards, then yes. Sorry. I don't want to wake up and look at the mirror every morning. When do the minutes come out? 2 o'clock. Houston rodeo is much more fun. I've been to Houston. I'll pass. Bond auction is an hour before that? It's at 1 o'clock, right? Go to Ohio. I've been to Ohio. I can't think of a reason to go back. Cyprus? So I can visit Linux? Hudbay below 5. Ooh. Did it dip below 5 yesterday too? Actually, though, I watched a stream in my office and someone walked in one time and asked why I was watching myself on YouTube. Didn't part of Ohio get borderline nuked by a railroad company? Yeah, but not like a part a lot of people live in. And it wasn't nuked, it was a chemical attack. Huh. The train CEO seems to be saying all the right things. Good news for Ohio, maybe? What do you mean? If you're missing a limb or appendage, go to Ohio to have it grow back. I wonder if everyone in Ohio is going to get superpowers. It's not radioactive. Or I don't even think it's mutagenic. It's just poisonous. What would you buy for silver exposure? I usually trade SLV. They'll get a perk like in Fallout. Let's start a GoFundMe and vote to see who can live there for science. I mean, some of the people in here just live there. Why does Tesla go ups? Because the market's been trading up since like 10:30. See how that works? I live in Michigan. Is Ohio going to affect me? I don't know. What if God was one of us, just a stranger on the bus, trying to make his way home? Why would God ride on a bus? I live at a zoo in San Antonio. I've taught the actual apes to trade better than Superstock. Thanks, Gurk. No problem, man. What a motivational story. The VIX dropping while the market moves flat is bearish, right? Kind of like recharging for a drop. A bit, yeah. It would be nice if the VIX actually fucking moved up, though, instead of getting shorted into oblivion. What's worse, bull trap, bear trap, or thirst trap? Thirst trap. Although thirst trap might be the same as bull trap. I told you earlier, ES1 and ES2. March and June expirations. Do you have VIX OI? Yeah. Think we might drop below 39.50 today. It's possible. We have to break 39.80 first, but I can't believe we're spending any amount of time waiting on a FOMC minutes. I told you it was going to be a no packs. Why is Kenny being such a bridezilla about this market crash? He needs everything to go to plan or else we want chaos. I mean, you don't want the market dropping too fast when you're insuring all the volatility on it. It's not. It's futures. Futures resistance at 4,000 is strong, Bruce. Why are market participants still dumb enough to consider Fed rhetoric? Because they got nothing else. $317, 160 puts too far out of the money. Thoughts? They're very far out of the money and super risky. Yeah, then the note auction, the 5-year note auction's at 1 o'clock. I think it's stupid to wait around all day for the FOMC minutes. Especially when the data's like diverged between, you know, the rate announcement and now. Is that NVIDIA position strictly for earnings? No. Thank you so much, STD Slot Machine. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard, and hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. How do I bid on said auction? You don't. And the market is irrational, you know this. It's not that irrational. I can always tell how much people have in their port based on what strike they ask about. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Did you happen to look into any of the rev docs that came out yesterday? Not really, no. I don't know what futures you're watching. They have different tickers on different platforms. $39.25 Jan 24s. All backholding on AMC with Bobby would indicate that the market is in fact irrational. That's just stupid, right? Is today flat day? I mean, right now it is. I'm sure more momentum will occur later in the day. Options rolling back in a bit. Future's still holding 4,000 though. I'm not short yen, I'm long yen. It's the opposite. On TradingView, it's ES1 walking. I want to buy some NVIDIA puts, but I can't afford a decent position with a hedge until tomorrow. Do you think I should just wait? Or is a hedge a must? I mean, earnings are binary, so it's generally wise to hedge them. Or you could, yeah, you could just wait till tomorrow after IV crushes. SPY and SPX are very close to being 1 to 10. Yeah, they're pretty close right now. Dixie's still moving up. Like on the daily, it looks like Dixie's just rocketing. But yeah, intraday, it's moving back up again. See if it breaks 104.50. Is there a reason Jimmy has more resistance to the downside, but upside is more volatile? They're not shorting it very heavily, they're low on liquidity, which means it's harder to internalize. Earlier you talked about NVIDIA at 100. Was that a what if conversation? Absolutely. It's fucking ridiculous. Is there a short off price for any of the stocks on the screen? I want to have a heads up in case I have a chick over, and I don't want her to get tempted by you. Just let me know when you have a chick over, and I'll be careful about keeping my shirt off on. Five-year auction comes in at 4.5. Absolute credibility shock to the Fed. SPX to 3,800. How happy would you be? Moderately. Do you shop at Big and Tall? No? I don't even know if they have those here. Giving Kenny controls 80% of the order flow to Citadel being allowed to have a hedge fund means something along the lines of thank you for service, will allow it. To a degree, but no, I mean they're still not they're still at the mercy of like larger investors. They're just able to better position in advance of large market moves. They're not able to control to any significant degree large market moves. Do you expect the video to grind down or rapidly fall off? I don't expect anything. I'm just waiting to see what happens. I think Nvidia is overvalued. Market gonna chop at 4,000 for the rest of the day. Probably till some data comes out, which is like another hour. I don't know what the fuck you're sending me, Ben. An analyst moved the Nvidia price target to 285. Cool. I already did, but isn't it smart to roll a SPY 400p March 10 to a SPY 395p March 17 on this? I was up 50% on the put. That doesn't seem bad. I'm assuming you captured some profits as well? Or no? Is there any realistic chance that data is moves SPX up? I mean, it could a little bit, I guess. We'll see. Thoughts on Fubo $2 CSPs for 310? Earnings is coming up. It's a little risky. Dixie moving up a little more. Fix now at 22.41. Futures are gonna retest 40.17 again. This is unusually bullish. Still kind of looks like shit on the 1 hour. When capitulation. Curious. Trading a drop isn't all like I expected and pretty discouraging. I definitely got to learn more. What do you mean? Remember the days when YouTube pumpers were saying hedgies needed your real share? Meanwhile, all the shares are real, even nakeds. No difference. Ah, memories. Yeah. Is this it finally? We'll see. It's kind of like an ascending wedge, but it's very grindy. $958 viewers, 484 likes. For shame, people. Ugh. 25 BP hike and hawkish speech. But they're not doing a rate hike today. These are just the minutes from the previous rate decision. Like the minutes from their meeting. The US is providing Ukraine a long-range GPS-guided bomb, made by Boeing, that's capable of hitting targets 45 miles away per Bloomberg. Calls on Boeing. Yeah, those probably aren't cheap. Especially with the market waiting on data that's already out. Today's a bit unreasonable, but we'll see what happens. I should probably adjust this lower trend to account for volatility so we don't get too hyped up there. That's a pretty big failure, though. Oh, futures gonna sell off here? What's up? Capitulate. The video earnings are after hours today. Down 200 basis points yesterday, up 0.3 today. Fucking pours. There's no speech, just a release from the minutes. Yeah. Why so much emphasis on the minutes today when they already had the decision previously? It's not just the minutes today. There's also the five-year note auction, which is a big deal. If yields are up, markets are going to react unfavorably. Those are the cheapest bolt-on guidance packages you can put on a bomb. They probably still cost like 100 grand though. Is weekly on NVIDIA decent here for April 180p? What? Is a weekly on on NVIDIA a decent hedge? Oh, I mean weeklies are super overpriced, and Ivy can crush out on them tomorrow, so probably not. Was there a ticker to view the auction, or where would you see that? I think the results of it are published, like, immediately afterwards. You're blurry again. No, I'm not. I think that might be your, like, your YouTube. Apple breaking down out of its consolidation. That's a good sign. Quick, do a poll. About what? Was there an earnings miss expectation for NVIDIA? I don't know. They could. What's your favorite bathroom number, 1 or 2? Lame. Is Boyle finally squeezing? I don't know. Is nat gas going up? Ooh, nat gas is rocketing. What happened? People really don't like you shorting NVIDIA. I guess not. Team Green. My inexperienced analyst price target for NVIDIA is 0. The analyst that said NVIDIA to 285 readjusted it to 225. 44 analysts are saying NVIDIA is a strong buy going into their earnings. 14 are neutral, and 2 say it's a strong sell. I'm not any of them. Winter storm in the US? I don't know if that's going to be enough to do too much. I still don't like buying Boyle. I don't love this SPX action. Really? But it's so fun. Analyst ratings are forward looking and not immediate buys or sells. They can see upside in 6 months to a year, but immediate downside. Yeah. Still seems like they're trying to get people to buy their bags. I don't know why kilts aren't more mainstream. Is SPX consolidating up mean a breakdown is coming? I mean, it increases the likelihood of a breakdown occurring. Or it just breaks up from the trend here, because it got a shitload of buy volume when futures tested 4,000 again. Goddamn energy exposure. How do I get people to buy my bags? I don't know. You can put them up for sale. Have you tried Craigslist? So you don't like playing earnings. So the Nvidia play is due to overvalue and high PE, right? Yeah, also I think Nasdaq's gonna come down pretty hard over the next few weeks. Can you do that thing you did yesterday where you said, I think this will violently break down, and then the market shot down hard a couple of moments later? I don't know if this looks like that just yet. It's getting there. VIX almost back to 22. Dixie wrecked? Oh no. Is it really though? It kind of just looks like it's consolidating. Hey, it broke up. That's unusual. Future's about to test 4017 again? Fucking pump is getting ridiculous. Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't have a lot of gas left. Well, I'm glad I cut my losses on my 3980 puts earlier. Oh, okay. You didn't. You could have cut your profits instead. Would it be worth it to get 100 shares of GME in paper certificate and sell them for $35 each on Craigslist? Probably not. I think the cost of the paper certificate is infinitely higher than $35 a share. Doesn't it cost like $150 to get a paper certificate? Mhm. I'll be proud of us if no one knows the paper certificate cost answer. I'm so glad you stress buying Theta. I get to wait out this green fun until my SPX 4000 puts go back in the money. Thanks for being a good teacher from one teacher to another. Thanks, John Smallberries. Dumb question. What does SPX trade under on Schwab? I'm not seeing SPX or dollar SPX. Is there another ticker? I think it might be like dot SPX or SPXW. It's dollar SPX? Okay. Which broker has the, it's like, there's this one. There's SPX. There's, I think there's SPX AM. Try those. SPXW on Schwab for weeklies, dollar SPX for normal. Oh, okay. If this OPEX is bust, is March on track still? Yeah, March looks far better. There's no deferrals in March, also. I have no idea what it is on Vanguard. I have a Vanguard account, but I've never traded options on it. Well, I tried to once, and then I got angry. Will Baba jump if they beat on earnings? What bullish outcome will boost it post-earnings? I don't know. I don't think their earnings are going to be very good. I don't think the expectation is for their earnings to be very good either. There's a little bit of call interest building up to the 40-20 range. But gamma from 4,000 to the upside is fairly flat. There's resistance at 405 and 410. Not a lot, though. So mostly flat gamma on the upside. Zero DTEs are just piling in at like 39.75 and 39.50. 4,000 still extremely negative. So pullbacks into the 4,000 range will likely accelerate downward. Volume in general is pretty low. And then longer dated. Yeah, a lot of resistance at 40-10 on longer dated puts. Gamma still flattest between like 405 and 425, 40-25. Positive gamma at 40-30, but then that falls back off into 40-50. How's Genie and Upstart liquidity looking? I posted it this morning. It hasn't changed very much throughout today. I mean, Jamie's done literally nothing. Upstart's getting slightly more illiquid. Jamie's just flat. Not very interesting. I guess they're using a little bit of IGH liquidity or IJH liquidity today on GME. Still not covering anything on XRT though. ES is kind of getting close to a point of failure here. No. No, a relief rally would still have to cross like 40-20. And there's still a shitload of resistance between here and there. How wide do you set your strangles? I don't usually enter strangles if I can avoid it. And I don't use them on SPY at all. And 2 days is too little theta. But Gork, I want big bombastic swings down every day. I think we're positioned really well for one. Is your 150p on Nvidia an IV play? It's a play. What are your thoughts on Nvidia 200p? I mean, not bad, but they have earnings tonight, so I'd be careful. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick while we wait for this fucking auction. I'll be right back. Failed resistance again. Fun. Yeah, futures have tested that fucking resistance. Like, what is this? The fifth one, sixth one now, since last Friday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, sixth. Six fucking test. When market capitulation? Seriously. When 36.95? Not until futures go below 4,000. Yeah, every test has failed. If you look at positioning, it's more like put capitulation than it is call buying. Like, people are selling shitloads of calls at 40.50, right? And it's not because they expect the market to bounce up above them. Are you making a consomme or something? I was only gone for 20 minutes. I'm back in time for fucking the 5-year note. Hmm. Seems like a bad buy. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't like spam. I've eaten it. I'm just not a big fan of it. It's a good thing I have over 24 hours of data. Expectations of 5-year note yield would have increased. Yeah. I think there's a pretty good chance it moves up. Up 0.3% on SPX. Well, there go my put gains for the last 4 consecutive red days. Pack it up, boys. How do you play earnings, Shaven Balls? You just pick a side and gamble on it? Short strangle earnings and print free money. That doesn't always go the way you want it to, Torque. March FTDs begin on the 9th, yeah. I'm like, well, I'm like 90% sure the 9th is the right date. Let me double check. Yeah, March 9th. I don't think the ETF FTDs are very high, though. I like the T-Doc potential. I like them as a company. I don't know how good their earnings are going to be. They've been pretty shitty this year so far. I have some leaps on T-Doc, which I should really sell. um, uh, I mean, they're not like profitable yet. It could really go either way. I guess with like the big surge in COVID and RSV, maybe last quarter wasn't bad for them. Why is GME being crimed? I can't believe everyone's not just super stoked that GME is doing exactly what we want GME to do. Yeah, I'm gonna hedge in a video. I'll probably pick up like 500. Actually, you know what? I might not. How would I do it differently? I wonder how many 200 puts I can sell. $150 puts? Delta hedge it? I mean, I could. Hmm. Ridiculous. 5-year 4.13. Hmm. Well, what do you think of that, poopy hands? 4.109? Okay. That's a big jump. We find that list you post in Pickles Picks that shows the dates when stuff releases. Tradingeconomics.com. Why would you sell NVIDIA CSP rather than buy long calls? To harvest volatility if there's crash? Yeah. 5-year not only spiked, Jorg, it had like a 60-point move up. Jesus, market rip again. It's hard to make a bull case for that one. That's a big fucking jump on the 5-year note. Head and shoulders on SPX. Kind of looks like it, yeah. Do you expect a volatile move after FOMC or just more flat? I mean, all of this volatility they're pricing in has to go somewhere, right? Does anyone know the answer to my question? What's your question? IV crush affects puts? I'm sorry, it crushes IV. What do you mean? I'm so confused. You're looking to enter more longer dated puts on SPX during this bounce. Maybe? VIX is moving up on this bounce, which is moderately concerning. It's gonna sell off super fucking hard again. Stay tuned and find out. IV crush affects puts, same like calls. Market maker prices in higher IV going into event surrounded by uncertainty. And then as certainty is realized, IV drops. When I was a young lad in college, I used to dig my roommates' used rubbers out of the trash to save them to be used later with rando girls. I don't know if I want to know the rest of this story, but I do. I think they call that morbid curiosity. That way, if one of the girls got pregnant somehow, the chances of the baby being mine are lower than using a brand new rubber. I think I think it's the same chance. So the price drops and Ivy crushes on puts. The loss in value would be made up if the price drops, since extrinsic value would go up. Intrinsic value would go up because the price drops. Extrinsic value would go down. Alternatively, don't buy overpriced IV. Please ban. Oh, because it's volatility. Oh, Ivy just clicked for me. Awesome. Yeah, implied volatility. Okay, not really river runs dry, but I do explain it in that DD. Hey Girk, I just bought Nvidia puts. That's going on. Don't talk to me about your positions. Specifically you. Other people can talk to me, but not you. My favorite post on SS right now is one from Adabit saying that Jan 21 happened without DRS and it's amazing. Oh, they'll just make up shit. Can we have a daily section where Kendra provided a small story? I wish he'd do it literally anywhere but the stream. Sorry I missed that, Kofi. I accidentally paused you. Useless. Useless moderator. They'll just say things like it was different back then. In my jar, volatility nipples? Volatility. Okay. Nice. I like where your head's at, Chaku. When do you get another SPX OI update? I don't think anything's changed on it significantly. Volume's still really low. Actually, put volumes up a bit. People are buying a lot of 4,000 puts. Oh, and 40-10. Interesting. Okay, 40-10 puts went up. What's really interesting is the skew adjusted gamma exposure on the market maker is staying relatively flat, even though the price is going up. which means, yeah, more put buying. It was different back then. SS was buying options. Nope. Back then, Super Stonk didn't exist. And everything was better. If your CCs you sold in the morning are already up 50%, expiring 3-3, it makes sense, makes the most sense to close today and repeat on a possible bump tomorrow morning. Why is there a possible bump tomorrow morning? So NVIDIA puts are cool, but when I buy them, I can't be put brothers. So sad. No, I just don't want to hear about how you've over leveraged yourself into another position and you're uncertain about its outcome. How do you know if an ETF is undervalued? If it's trading at a discount to its NAV? Little fucking value? What is this? A Series 7 exam? It was different back then. More people were buying calls. Yeah. Girk, I first discovered you through Lightning Warrior, and I've been commenting wholesome banter ever since. Cheers to us, Gorkle. Thank you, Joe Rowe. How did you end up there? Is my first question. Last time the Fed minutes were going to be released, didn't we say why? I think his last video was something about aliens and MOASS. Why would people wait for the release? We all know what's in it. Then they were released and the market moved how we thought. Yeah, I remember that. It was like the same bullshit. Is it possible for someone to tie their shoe using only their mouth? I mean, I guess if you're like a contortionist. It's okay, Sisyphus. One collab with fake YouTube stock people? None of them are gonna want to collab with me. They're gonna watch other collaborations and be like, this is awful, and then they're not gonna do it. I'm certain that I will either lose money or make money on NVIDIA puts. I have similar feelings about them. I'm curious how the markets would be affected in a US-China conflict. Well, first of all, US-based capital would all pull out of the Chinese markets and pump into the US markets, and then defense stocks would rocket, which would drag up the Dow, industrials, manufacturing, and chemicals. Tech would probably plummet. Small and mid caps as well. VIX would rocket. Huge sector shifts very, very rapidly. There's so many news articles about the anticipation for the minutes. I know, it's fucking ridiculous. Is it possible to work in Wall Street with neck tattoos? Sure. No one gives a shit. That's not a church. If you don't read that, I'm gonna pay you $3 to read it. I don't know what you wrote. I got banned on the Lightning Warrior collab for making fun of his costume. Intel cutting dividend and Meta firing more people. Yep. I will collab with you. I'll start practicing now. I cannot confirm or deny. Perfect. I can't wait, Gaff. It's going to be so fun. You think current BTC rally is due to China re-entering after their rug pull in the 60K range? No. Hasn't BTC just been dropping since it tested 25? Risk back off. What about Prince Edwards? Oh, yeah, that's a no-go. Bullish move ahead of the minutes? Is this really bullish? I guess. Can we? I don't even know if we can break 40-10 without some momentum. We expect the market to drop after people realize the minutes aren't new. No, everyone's gonna get bullish on a 0.25 rate increase. Can you put it on the SPX price, please? Sure. How often do you clean your ears? And so you own an ear bidet? Wait, what? I don't own an ear bidet. I found you when you were on with Houston. I was stunned at how well informed you are compared to people who are just faking their way through. Thanks again for sharing your knowledge. I love you. Thank you, Glowstick. Ear bidet, same as shower and neck that can turn left? I guess so. In regards to the gentleman who found you from the space-themed Dr. Disrespect, you asked, how did you end up over there? I say a better question is, how did Gherk end up over there? Be honest. A lot, like, he reached out to me, I think, and then a lot of people were, like, saying I should collab with him because he was super pro DRS, and that was, like, during the period of time where, I was trying to tell Superstock that DRS was stupid and a waste of time. And so, it was kind of unanimous that I should do a stream with him to kind of reach or inform his audience, which was all, you know, super pro DRS, about my thoughts on DRS. And then I realized that maybe I wasn't informing anyone of anything for 2 hours. And my head was in a spaceship. I always get hate mail. I get less nowadays, but I still get some. With Dishwalla for all your thoughts on God. I don't know who that is. The best part of every collab is when Girk says, I don't know if you've read my DD, and the guest is like, I definitely did not. I'm here to YouTube, not learn. Yeah. Didn't one of them ask me what DD was? I can't remember. Who have I collabed with? It was like Houston, Trade Spotting, There's two guys, and then Cosmic? Was that it? I never did a collab with Matt Kors. He would never have me on his stream. I'd make him look way too stupid in front of his audience. We tried to get Lauer. I've offered publicly to wash his hair on stream. Nothing. Maybe I should offer Gensler the same deal. Trade spotting seemed to know things about stuff. Yeah. Some stuff. I would say at some point he probably worked at a bank. That was a weird one. I think a Kendra collab would be good for morale. I disagree. I thought you did a great job of explaining things in the Lightning Warrior collab. The space station was just was not receiving your knowledge, Rocket. Oh boy. I like to think you probably hit too close to Lauer's heart. He had to back away, lest he fall to the pickle jar. Yeah, you can't come out and directly say that DRS doesn't do anything, right? If I'm right about Loretta Master and the FOMC minutes, will you join me in dubbing her the Firehawk? No. Tradespotting's brother is the wild one, selling an oscillator course for 1,000 with 0 actual strategies, and he charges money for his Discord and doesn't give any trade ideas. 0. I like to think that most is 40 BPS quote a tiny relief rally, asking for a friend. Yes. A Yenet Garcia collab is what we need. I would be willing to collaborate repeatedly. There's no ethics in investing, but there are definitely politics. DRS makes more price move for less volume, so something? Sure. I am not. Yeah, I don't really know who they are. Weren't you a special guest on the Pennies Going in Raw podcast with Hugh Henne and PJ Matlock? No. Trade spotting just says a bunch of numbers, and the next day says he called the price action. Okay. How does your smugness react to Watkins' small wins? I just don't care about him. Please collab with CNBC. Yeah, I don't think they'd let me on either. Futures are currently 5 BPS higher than they were earlier today. We'll see. 40-20 on futures is kind of significant. It'd be more significant if it was on SPX. We're still way short of the positive gamma at 40-30. Is walk-in J-roll? No, maybe stupider. Walk-in's deal is he plays like massive amounts of 0 DTEs on SPX, and he views this as opportunity for calls, and I view it as opportunity for cheaper puts. FTX sent a memo to employees that they must transfer or sell employee stock purchase program held shares out of computer share by April. This is amidst a campaign of right sizing and cost cuts. Interesting. Chances we'll see under 4,000 tomorrow. We could still see under 4,000 today. We've already been under 4,000 today. And if you bought calls for the relief rally when walk-in did this morning, you'd still be underwater. Would it be reasonable to expect not normal volatility in defense stocks? Why? For what? Why do you expect defense stock volatility to go up? Are 0 DTE puts dangerous at this time of day? Yes. It also depends on how far from the money you are. Can you look at the updated OI on SPX for us? I already did. Nothing's changed. Looking at 4,000. For what? Oh, for puts? That's probably a little far out of the money. I wouldn't hold them very long. Like, if you're at the money, this time of day, or you're scalping, 0 DTs are still fine. But if you're trying to, like, catch a drop that, you know, we're like 12 bucks away from, it's a little riskier. Will you show the FOMC minutes of the Feb 1 meeting? I mean, why? You're not going to be able to read them. Futures just sold off kind of hard there. Is VIX ever going to go up again? Little volume. Yeah, for the 0 DTs, this range is fairly flat. Like 40-10. Gamma to the upside's flat too, but it's also negative. I mean, it's just not very high, but it's negative. Someone's buying 39.90 in the money and 39.95 in the money calls. Quite a lot of them. 8,000 contracts. Interesting. This isn't a relief rally. It's far too small. The relief rally would be like if we pumped back up over 40-50 and tested like the gamma neutral again. Is there SPXW 3825 310 a volatility play? No. Delta? I mean, there really aren't a lot of volatility plays on SPX unless you're buying like leaps. How's GME liquidity looking? Like it's getting more liquid very slowly? What would buying those in the money contracts be for, theoretically? Pumping? Minor relief? It's a children's Tylenol rally? Got it. You called it for this morning, Walken, and we nosedove after the first test of futures at 4017. Do you expect a positive reaction to the FOMC minutes? I don't expect any reaction to the FOMC minutes because we already know what the fucking decision was. It's 1:36, my man. Yeah, that's not this morning. It's late afternoon. We were closer to the end of the day than the beginning of it. If you bought puts this morning, you would have never, or calls this morning, out of the money, you would have never, ever printed. Not once. Jimmy down, market up. That's the negative beta working. Jimmy's just getting shorted on downticks. You think we get XRT on Reg Show tonight? But the market didn't open below 4,000. Yeah, and puts bought when you said, look at my relief rally, would have also printed. What the fuck's your point? I give you a stock out and you can witness me. Are you ready? SPX will end below $5,000 today. I totally fucking called it. You really did. I hope the market tries to prove you wrong though, because that'd be funny as hell. You got out of your overnight call side straddle from yesterday. I don't think I entered one. I think I forgot to. I just bought puts and I never entered the call side. I closed the put side of the straddle. Or well, just the puts. I hedged long with ES last night. And then ES didn't do anything, so I closed it. It's delayed unless you pay for it, max. I think it's like $3 a month. June 2023 year to date was a relief rally for fuck's sake, Walken. This is an intraday pullback from massive downs over the last few days. It's not even that big of a pullback. We haven't traded higher today than we were yesterday. I talked about it this morning, PM. I don't know how that translated to market rally in the first 2 hours. Because it's literally what you said. You said there's going to be a relief rally this morning. No, I'm not speculating on your fucking US-China war. People are nuts. No one's going to war with anyone. Because we're blowing up each other's balloons. Take your conspiracy theory crazy shit to Twitter, where it belongs. Relief rally, same like tiny move up, apparently. Tesla ripping. No, Tesla back at 200. Slightly lower than where it was this morning. It doesn't really seem like there's that much profit taking on the put side. There was some earlier at like 40, 40, 30, 40, 40, 40, 50. But 40, 50 is still very put heavy. And then during this upside period, there's just been more put buying. There's some in the money call buying right now. But there's no like positive gamma to the upside till 40, 30. Nice, Dork. I'm scared for Jimmy. The moment this market starts to go down again, they're going to slam us. Probably. Bull market. Okay, bipolar bear. I figured that was for walk-in. How much longer do we have? 17 minutes? But relief rally would imply that we move back into the bullish side of the market. Not we drift up slightly into a put saturated strike somewhere around the midday before the FOMC minutes. And to be clear, you were calling this when we were trading at the exact same level we are now. You weren't saying like, oh, midday massive drop to 3080 that I'm going to buy calls on and then sell when we retest the same level that we opened at. Forgive me, I don't get to watch too often. I'm having trouble understanding what happened with Rev yesterday. Can you elucidate me? Rev released some filings that indicated that there are potential buyouts that are being at least considered. That's about it. And for the most part, it looks like they plan to go forward with the creditors' plan for action, which would destroy shareholder equity. So I guess we'll know soon if they're going to be bought out or not. Hey, asshole. I wasn't being a conspiracy theorist. I was simply curious because earlier you said our market would spike, and it piqued my interest to know what might come after a spike, in your opinion. P.S. 2022 was a good year for conspiracy theorists being accurate. Happy 15 months. Shakes my head. Happy 15 months, Subway Cup. 2022 was not a good year for conspiracy theorists. Um, And who the fuck knows? I mean, you're talking about a war between two major superpowers. And what would the predictions be? I mean, I gave the most vague response I feasibly could. Because those are things that will definitely happen. Beyond that, anyone's best guess. Are we going to nuke each other? Are we going to have some proxy war over a territory like Taiwan? There's a lot of different ways that can go down, right? Full scale land war in Asia or America is kind of out of the question. What will the market do when the FOMC minutes are out? Since there's no new info anyway. It'll probably go down. Down or nothing. More nothing. Did you not see my channel of hope in the SPX channel last night? I used a fib and everything to show a possible path to 50. P.S. Composite Man Algo. 2022 wasn't a good year to Diamond Hand MMTLP, but he did that too. Listen, you guys take that to the Pigeon Whale chat, alright? I know someone else brought it up originally. I just didn't want to talk about it anymore. It's pointless to speculate on. Hope that you're long VIX when if and when it happens. You think US and China are gonna both sacrifice their economies in order to fucking throw rocks at each other? Why is there a huge gap between the decision and the release of the minutes? Because the minutes shouldn't be that important. They don't want to know, they don't want the market to know what factors they were taking into consideration when they made their decision until 3 weeks later. The whole purpose of releasing the minutes late is to avoid speculation based on the minutes, and we're getting that anyway. Sounds like you're aware of some of the most classic blunders, the most famous of which is never get involved in a land war in Asia. I mean, the same is true for the US, right? It's just too big. I wouldn't dislike getting another 39.50 put. I'm not gonna lie. Or I could just buy more NVIDIA puts. Hmm. I hope in 10 minutes the SPX drops to 0 so I can get some peace and quiet. And guns outnumber people. Yeah, I don't think trained soldiers give a shit about a bunch of hicks with firearms. I want to be completely honest with you. Are you're gonna defend your homestead with your AR-15? Will they shoot a fucking tank shell through your window? Have you heard of Afghanistan? That has to do with a lack of effective force initially being used and a care for civilian life. If we were in a World War III situation, they just kill the civilians. Okay, fine. Some care for civilian life. At least lack of force? Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like a full mobilization of the US Army, Navy, and Air Force in Afghanistan, right? Sorry, but it wasn't. That's the problem with Vietnam and Afghanistan is what happens when you go after a faction within a population. And the population that you're not in conflict with is infiltrated by that faction. If you go into I mean, if the U.S. Army had like fully deployed all of their forces into Afghanistan with just like a raised Earth policy, we would have just won, right? There would have no fucking question. The same goes with Vietnam. Raytheon appreciates this conversation. Wait, are you suggesting that long drawn out military adventures are somehow about corporate profit and not global security? I would never suggest such a thing. SPX downs? Yeah, I see that. If you've ever heard from a Vietnam vet, they killed everyone, man, woman, and child. There's people who left behind. Those who left behind people didn't make it home. Can confirm, honest, well-trained soldiers don't give a shit about hicks in the woods with guns. However, the best of them are not concerned about the hicks, bud. What? You really shouldn't leave things open to interpretation. You should be far more clear in your writings, Walken. Keep talking about China, it's working. Do you know how much valor Walken would have in World War III? Walken is correct. My brother laughs out loud in the face of anybody who talks about an armed revolution. Yeah, the idea of that is pretty funny. USA says China can't sell arms to Russia, as USA sells arms to Ukraine. Totally not double standards. What if China wants to sell? I mean, China could sell arms to Ukraine. Also, US China allies. Rough, but still allies. US Ukraine allies. US Russia not allies. So yes, telling your ally you can't sell arms to your enemy, not a double standard. This message brought to you by World of Tanks. When the fucking minutes come out? Listen, it's very simple, okay? It's not because of COVID and everyone got locked up and now they're feeling warlike. Economy's down, military action's up. Okay? Did you time me out earlier? No, I never time anyone out. Except Carl. The first time I got COVID, I went to war with my neighbors. I'm not sure you're right. Pfizer kept the economy running in 2020. Now Raytheon has to pump the market. Or Lockheed or Boeing. I didn't realize people were still nationalists this day and age. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That doesn't go away. Oh, $2K volume candles on NVIDIA, March 17, 180 puts. Nice. Although at this point, is it just hedging? You put ice in your beverage? What a shill. Of course I do. Tell that to Russia and every other major conventional force that ever tried to take Afghanistan. You really don't know what you're talking about? I do. To the US credit, we nearly wrote the book on UW and drastically changed our operation strategies. It's not like, I mean, Russia was there with a purpose, right? It was to gain control of natural resources and the land. Oh, the minutes are out. That was exciting. Um but it's not like they, I mean, Russia could have just nuked Afghanistan off the face of the fucking map and no one would have stopped them. Come back 30 years later and get the oil. While the US supported what became the Taliban. Yeah. Did you ask Chat GPT what the minutes say yet? I'm gonna go with they said what was said at the Fed meeting. I will take a look at them though. Minutes. Consumer price inflation eased in November, December, but remained elevated. Total PCE price inflation was 5% over the 12 months ending in December, 1.1 percentage points lower than October. Core PCE price inflation, which excludes changes in consumer energy prices and food prices, was 4.4% over the 12 months ending in December, down 0.7. Both of those are back up now. New York's measures of inflation expectations through surveys moved down along with actual inflation. Real GDP expanded at an annual rate of 2.9% in the fourth quarter. Real private domestic final purchases, which includes PC and residential investment and business fiscal investments, increased at a subdued annual rate of 0.2%. Real GDP growth was bolstered especially by a large gain in inventory investments and notable contribution from net exports, as imports fell more than exports. Both inventories and net exports are volatile categories. Blah, blah, blah. Review of the financial situation. What's up, Lawrence? Today, like most days, the last few weeks have shown me the dumbest market behavior I've ever seen. I just want to thank you for being here and holding all our retarded hands. I love you, and Zom130. Thank you, Lawrence. I appreciate it, man. VIX option implied volatility on the S&P 500 decreased somewhat, but remained slightly above the median range of its historical distribution. Spreads on investment grade and high yield corporate bonds narrowed somewhat, not anymore, over the intermittent period, while spreads on municipal bonds narrowed substantially. Conditions in short-term funding markets remained stable over the intermeeting period, with December increase in the target range, the federal funds rate, the associated increase in the federal funds administered rates. RP. Credit markets also continues to face elevated borrowing costs. Mortgage rates were little changed over the intermeeting period, remained well above their levels in the previous tightening cycle. GDP at modestly lower path for employment rate than December projection, reflecting both the recent data, small additional boost to output from lower projected path for the real dollar. Although recent data indicated that GDP growth in the fourth quarter of 2022 is stronger than expected, real PDFP growth was weaker than previously forecasted, and the large unexpected boost to GDP growth from inventory investment was not projected to persist, in part reflecting the lagged effects of previous monetary policy tightening. The staff still projected real GDP growth to slow markedly this year and the labor market to soften. The staff forecast continued to include a pickup in real GDP growth starting next year, although projected output growth in 2024 and 25 remains below staff estimate of potential output growth. The level of real output was expected to move down to the staff's estimate of potential near the end of 2025. Fourth quarter chain PCE forecast to be 2.8%. Policy actions. In support of these goals of 4.5 through 4.75, members anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary that is sufficiently restrictive. They're going to continue to reduce the Federal Reserve's holding of Treasury securities and agency debt and agency-backed mortgage securities. Anything about overnight repurchase operations, minimum bid rate 5.47. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that we aren't aware of. There were no votes against the action to raise. Yeah, no votes against, all votes for. So it seems like a unanimous vote for 0.25. Page 10, line 5. A couple of participants observed that changes in wages tend to lag changes in prices, which can complicate the assessment of inflation pressures. A couple of participants remarked that the poor performance of labor productivity shortage last year was contributing to imbalances between the aggregate demand and aggregate supply, and therefore upward pressure on inflation. Several participants noted the possibility that as consumers become more price sensitive, businesses might accept lower profit margins in efforts to maintain market share, which could reduce inflation temporarily. Participants observed that indicators of short-term inflation expectations from surveys of households and businesses as well as financial markets had come down, and the longer-term inflation expectations remained well anchored. A number of participants noted the importance of longer-term inflation expectations remaining anchored and remarked that the longer inflation remained elevated, the greater the risk of inflation expectations becoming unanchored. In that adverse scenario, it would be more costly to bring down inflation down to achieve the committee's statutory objective of maximum employment and price stability. Yeah. Although I don't feel like that's an unknown. These minutes say literally nothing about invading Afghanistan. Zuma, zoom, zoom, zoom. This is just everybody now exiting the delta neutral positioning between 4,000 and 4020, where delta was flat, right? And we should actually have an OI update for a few minutes ago. But maybe we can get some insight into the direction here, because I didn't really see anything relevant. It looks like more puts bought, 4,000, 4010. Some calls sold off. In the money calls are still in place at 39.95, 39.90. But doing very little to affect the gamma of those levels. The 4010 puts seem to have been bought in the money. Some more calls to the upside. Yeah, we'll need to see what happens in the next like 20 minutes. I'll get another update. Afghanistan's geological position makes it a massive advantage for the movement of troops, weapons, and resources. Anyone interested in maintaining influence and control over a large swath of the region, diminishing your enemy's leverage over the area. It, again, is much more nuanced. You can still just bomb the shit out of it. It doesn't need to be that nuanced. Russia attacking Afghanistan before was just a proxy war with the US against the Taliban. The US's actions there were just a means of just a means of funding defense contractor profits. We had no actual reason to be there. FOMC minutes need T+2 settlement rally window from the actual meeting date. VIX cooling? Not particularly. VIX still elevated, actually. It just depends on if you want to keep anyone in Afghanistan alive. If you're content with turning it to glass, then it's pretty simple. I know. Bunch of Age of Empires players think they mastered Modern Warfare. Sometimes I can't stand you. I feel that way about you every day. If anything, a taste of your own medicine. The SPX chart looks like a Head and Shoulders, where the right shoulder is actually a broken arm. Have any opinions on Airbnb and price targets for this week and next? Probably just down with the rest of the market. I don't really track Airbnb much. It's not a favorite of mine. Elon said huge announcement coming in 30 minutes. What a dick. I hope they fucking halt the stock. And then arrest him for securities manipulation. Okay, enough about the war machine. Let's talk about the stock machine. Well, it looks like we're seeing hopefully the end of the deleveraging here as volume begins to decline and a trend is being set to the downside. No one in this chat has conquered Afghanistan. This is accurate. Holding those puts through today was quite intense. It swung up so much. Did it? It really didn't. Like, things didn't really move up all that much. NASDAQ did a bit, but not SPX. What if I am Chat GPT? Alright. It was a good time to double down. Not bad. Looks like futures are gonna nosedive through 4,000 right now. We're actually picking up some volume to the downside here. Oop. Where are the people that were defending 4,000? Where did you go? Yeah, fight for it. FOMC minutes out and reveal that we already knew everything. Can the market die now? Doubling down should have been when we were all nervous at the 40.15 level. Why was anyone nervous? Sometimes I just get nervous. Oh, okay. Nvidia is dumping, just at a slightly slower rate. And low volume bounce on 4,000. $4,000 positioning gonna close out? I wonder how many calls are there. It can't be much. Looking forward to my 395p for 3-3 going in the money. How far in the money do you let something like that go before taking profits and readjusting? I mean, you're below like the strongest level of support, so going in the money for you may not happen. But I wish you the best. Generally, you don't want to hold calls on a trend like a downtrending market or uptrend, either way, that move up above like zero point 0.6, 0.65 delta. It starts to become more beneficial to close them out and reposition. Thinking of changing my name to Crimes and Dimes. One second. All right. 4-week average the same as 20 trading day average? I think it is. I just want confirmation for you. I mean, roughly, yeah. Obviously, like with holidays and stuff, that varies, but generally speaking, yes. 4 weeks, 20 trading days. You don't think SPY 395 for 3-3 is going to go in the money? Buy 3-3? It may not. There's a lot of resistance at 39.65. We can keep going down, but it's a very heavy support level. And you don't have very much theta. When did the minutes get released? 2 o'clock. SPY going the wrong way. It's really not doing anything. I'm just very zoomed in on it. It's still just trading on either side of 4,000. Very important request. We need a power hour song, but with a drill instead of a rocket. What if it's just like a video of the challenger? So the Tesla thing is a conference with Gavin Newsom? Okay. Too soon? Dad, you were right again. The minutes we waited for are already priced in, and this is all repositioning for the next leg down. Yeah, I know. Are you just telling me that to like confirm your bias and feel better? Or do you actually believe it? You could use so many clips in that movie Armageddon with Bruce Willis. You know what's ironic about the movie Armageddon with Bruce Willis is Armageddon does not in fact happen in the movie. How about one of the SpaceX Starship landing attempts? There's a bunch of those. Upcoming minutes equal uncertainty regardless of logic. Minutes released, uncertainty gone, equals market up into 15 BPS range until Friday. Whatever you want to believe, Walken. You should buy calls, man. Ban Gork justice for that one teacher astronaut lady. Are we gonna see more of the zero DT yo-yo action on every major strike? Do they still have long dated calls they want to exit in the money? I think they have long dated common stock positions that they want to exit in the money. Are you mad that the movie wasn't called Potential Armageddon? Narrowly averted catastrophe would have been a good one too. Will you stream VIX earnings? No. Of course the ending wasn't like nobody saw the billboards and trailers for Armageddon and were like, holy shit, everyone's gonna die at the end. My favorite part is when he throws Hans Gruber down the hole with the nuke in it. Okay, now you've gone off base. But it's not inherently evil, Big Mac. It was an asteroid. Hear me out. Nvidia upward price action was lenders are calling shares to dump. Just saying, not hopium for my puts. That sounds like a lot of hopium for your puts. It also may not be that untrue. Honestly, I'm just glad I stayed awake during it long enough to hear my significant other breathing. Fuck you, Gav. Oh, you son of a bitch. In Lex Friendman's podcast interview with Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast emphasizes that more extreme titles get massively more clicks. Narrowly avoided catastrophe doesn't get as many clicks as Armageddon. I'm just gonna start naming the stream stock market crash in real time every day. Armageddon is a national treasure. I'll fight you. You'll lose. I saw the end of The Big Short, and all I could think about was Margot Robbie in a bathtub. Now I'm living in The Big Short, and I don't know what to do. Get in the bathtub? How much money will I make with when my 224 100p NVIDIA put prints money tomorrow? Probably very little. You laugh, but the algorithm would love it. Stock market crash, this time for real. Tomorrow's stream title. They just talked about Charm on CNBC. No fucking way. Someone needs to root out fucking Kramer on the Discord and ban him. I'm tired of this shit. Is it Hazy? Hazy, are you Kramer? It's me. I'm Kramer. No, you're not. You already doxed yourself. I'm definitely not Kramer. Hazy isn't Kramer. I can confirm. Kramer doesn't like feet. That means you know who Kramer is and you've sent him pictures of your feet. And he's rejected them. Shut up, bipolar bear. Is Walken Kramer? Maybe. Although I think Kramer might be better at predicting the market. No, you're not, Gaff. We should write a movie called Market Geddon, where a strikingly handsome J-Pal, played by Ben Affleck, of course, swoops in to save us from a market crash. Instant hit. Huh. Are you Kramer? You didn't like it when I sent you feet pics. I'm not really into feet. I mean, they're on people, but they don't like do it for me, you know? They don't salvage my battleship. Armageddon stream card incoming. It seems like an inevitability at this point. Paul Giamatti can play Kramer. You know, he could. My theory is shorts covering the downsides will come out like they saved us, but that further takes away from GME. Interesting. You own a lot of that too. We already had an Armageddon stream card. Oh, that's right, we did. Did I use it? Gork, my 3080 is going in the money. 3080 puts. Dear God. For a centaur, would you rather her be horse upper half and human lower, or horse upper human and lower horse? Here's the deal, Sally Snipes. Centaur's business is in the front, okay? Like a human with a horse butt. I hope he didn't mean 30, 80 puts. That's very, very far out of the money. You know, I'd prefer all of the pickle jar didn't concentrate itself in Seattle. Is the Nopex question tracker guy keeping track of this? Is this it's for guaranteed market crash this week? There's no guaranteed market crash. Black Swan event. Was the offer to buy out my parents' house still on the table? Their 401k just took a dump. Not anymore. No, sorry. I've got to protect my cash assets. Was that a mullet reference? Business in the front? Don't tell me about the centaur in the back? Exactly. Has there been a Wizard of Oz stream card yet? Kenny G is the Wizard of Oz. Kramer is a flying monkey. Gherk and the mods and quants on the yellow brick road. I'd be shocked if there wasn't one. For Power Hour, please play Power Hour music, but replace the rocket with the bear dance song, which will be muted. No. No bullshit. Anyone here would be lying not to admit this is hands down the most entertaining and, dare I say, educational stock stream this side of the Mississippi. Where can you get a legit education while discussing dick and fart jokes for profit? Shame on all those who oppose our cult. Shame on them. Seattle's the best. It's okay. It's not the best. It's okay. But it's very just okay. It's the okayest city in the Pacific Northwest. Can you draw some lines on SPX or buy some more NVIDIA puts? I don't want to buy more NVIDIA puts. I have kind of an obscene number of NVIDIA puts already. $588 likes? Pathetic. Agreed. Far too low. What the fuck, people? Best Midwest city? Denver, Nashville, Jackson's Hole. I don't think... Okay, so I don't think Nashville's in the Midwest. I'm really not sure Denver is either. I guess you could call Eastern Colorado Midwest. Is Wyoming Midwest? It's not really West. I mean, yeah, but they do have tornadoes. That makes them kind of Midwest. Can you find anything redeemable about Wisconsin? They have cheese and methamphetamine. Making a stream card, can you make a super shocked and concerned face real quick? Like that? Uh, how shocked? Was that good? I don't know what Mr. Beast levels of shocked means. Is that like Home Alone shocked? I don't want to touch my face. I haven't washed my hands in like 2 hours. I don't know if I can just do that on command. I'm not a professional actor, Trash. You need to direct me. Don't you have one of me just angry? Slap your face with hand sanitizer? They've been on my keyboard. It's gross. I have not, JC. Thanks for asking, though. I don't have that problem because of the bidet. Low blow, gaff. Seattle is a shithole full of hobo communes directed by the cop movements, whose leaders spend their funding on comfortable living whilst calling the cops they want to ban when they can't defend themselves or because they can't fight. Or what are you on about? Is this like a police thing? You would be pro police. Or believe in guns. No one wants to change your mind. We don't care about your mind. It's dumb. If your mind were a person, it would fully pull its pants down at the urinal. Look off to the left a little bit. Wide eyes, raised eyebrow. Like that? Is that what you need? Did that do it for you? Both eyebrows or one eyebrow? Thank you so much. It's all trash. Real talk, Northern Washington State is stunning. Can get inland lakefront property, zero tax. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's fucking Stefan. So many things are about to get photoshopped into my mouth. It's gonna be exciting seeing this. I'm already trying to snip this, so you gotta hold it for like 1-2 seconds. Don't look at the screen. Actually look off to the left of a bit. Face was good though. Okay, so. Nail it? ES1 looking sickly. Yeah, this doesn't look great for Watkins calls. Doof Deffin's personality, that was hilarious. uh, Deffin's just like the kid that like hogged all of the professor's office hours. You know what I mean? Like you'd go there once during the semester and that fucker was in there the entire time. Can someone Photoshop quality trading tips into your mouth? I wish. It'd make my life a lot easier. Is that failed 3990 support going to be a new, now be an upper resistance? We'll see. It could be. Ban Stefan and Walken, please. I'll take it under consideration, Mike sells CCs. Everybody else who went once in the semester saw him there as well. And we were all like, why? Totally worth the super chat. Don't change for anyone, Playboy. Thanks, Rims and Tims. I don't know if that was a scared face, but I mean, if that's what you got, I'm not a shocked often person. Straighten up. Someone needs to Photoshop a smaller gherk in his mouth. That would be funny as hell. I've never considered cornrows until now. I want to know something funny. I bought puts at the absolute bottom today, and they're still down 20%. How'd you pull that off? Are they 0 GTEs? I mean, the Gavin Newsom, like, Elon Musk thing's real simple, right? Elon's like, hey, I'll give you like 200 million for your campaign. I need you to come on here and say some bullish shit about Tesla. Boom. Right? Your politicians are all for sale. I don't know. I can't see your shocked expression from here, Gaff. You know what? Don't even bother faking it. I'll just take you to Kava and have them switch out your meatballs for some other form of meat. Like sliced gyro. And then I'll take a picture of your face when you bite into it. What the fuck is Kava? Like, I actually have no fucking clue other than that they sponsor Gaff. They are fast casual Mediterranean. So like Chipotle, but for maybe Greek food. You absolute beauty. I ended up full porting into weekly puts as I was averaging down. I went from 30% to closing out up 30%, down 30%. Love you, Gorkalicious. Touch hips, kiss lips. Nice, man. Imagine being for the cause, first world activist, ally for the hobos, whilst actually being a capitalist, spending the day in the stock market stream on your iPhone to get more capital for more freedom. I have a Samsung, first of all, you fucking cunt. Second, I didn't say I liked anybody. But I also don't like the police. Fuck the police. I like that that's controversial now. It's really not that binary. There's good cops and there's super shitty cops. The biggest problem being that most people that want to be cops are pricks. And I live in a city where if you call the cops, they may or may not show up. And if they do, it'll be in like an hour. That's because firefighters are selfless, not LARPing around as special forces. I wouldn't literally pay 100K for SPX to drop straight down a satisfying amount without bounces. Okay. I want to agree with you. Yesterday I was in Midtown and there was a cop standing there with an AR-15 and like a bulletproof vest on. And I, for the life of me, still can't figure out why. Like, it's New York fucking city. You're not gonna like spray that thing anywhere. It's pointless. It's like in a subway tunnel, like going down into the subway. Like if he tried to shoot anybody, he would hit like 5 bystanders. It's a deterrent. A shotgun would make more sense, but there are rubber rounds for AR-15s. I've used them in training. They hurt. I don't know what it was loaded with. But who's gonna show up to your "my life is in danger" call 20 minutes later, take notes for 2 hours, and not follow up? Thankfully, I haven't had to call the police in New York very often in my life. They really don't show up, and depending on what neighborhood you live in, they may never show up. I was in Paris, France last summer. I saw about 4 cops walking around patrolling with rifles. I didn't think that happened in Europe. Have you ever been to an airport in England? They don't fuck around. Do you have a Baba PT for the next few weeks? I think it could fall below 95. Maybe down to like 88. Not particularly, but I've also already closed most of my position on Baba. I have like half the number of $100 puts open, just to hold through earnings, because I don't think the earnings will be very good. But I've already pretty much closed out most of the position. I was in Peru, there were military police with long rifles everywhere. Yeah. I narrowed my losses down to just 600. I can see the light. Holy shit. You're gonna be slightly solvent bean? Awesome. Have you already entered your NVIDIA puts? Yes. Could you please let us know what NVIDIA positions you have? They're in the DD. And then I bought some more, but most of them are in the DD. The trick is to tell them someone abandoned a box in your living room. They'll block off your whole building. They'll also shoot you as they enter, but no plan is perfect. Is 3965 possible today? Yeah, we got an hour. It is. It's possible. Unlikely. I think 3980 will hold up. Just because of profit taking in this range. For SPX spreads, are short call credit spreads or long put debit spreads better? Debit spreads are a little safer if it moves against you. But they're both fine for the most part. I mean, you don't really have like any risk of early exercise because it's European style options on a SPX. Can you educate me on what the SPY candles that are now 2x since the 2 o'clock meeting besides increased volume since then? That's about it. Stefan, I'm not saying that stupid fucking name. Firefighters work more hours than you've spent and will ever spend on rounded bottom breakouts. Also, I took profits on my calls over an hour ago, nerds. I guarantee you just didn't have any. Show me your calls, Walken. Man, those red candles are long. Yeah, they are. I'll be right back. Is this when the SPX goes to 3950? I don't know. It's got some room to the downside. You know what? Draxx, I hope I do too, man. Thank you so much. If her ham flour has sharp cheddar, do you butter her croissant or throw her away? Oh, fuck my life. Girk was walking, including me, when he said nerds. Yeah, he was calling all of us nerds. It's okay. He's just mad because his wife is in an open relationship. So, you know, I know everyone wants to judge Walken really harshly, but try to remember that. I said his wife is in an open relationship. Have you ever considered that getting berated and verbally abused is Walken's kink, and you feed him his daily desires? No? Ew. It wasn't your phone, Mike Latoris. You said one time you don't leave stops open overnight. Well, I mean, how could you? It's not like they'd fill. Do you reset up each and every stop every day? Or do you have a template you use? It seems time consuming if it's manual. Some shit I just have open. But I believe the point you're referring to is on SPX. And then, yeah, those I reset manually in the morning. Usually I just adjust them and replace them. It's not very time consuming. Takes like 15, 20 minutes. The fact that VIX won't go above 23 irks me. It's very annoying, right? Although 2350 could be important. What is your love language and why is it violence? I don't know what a love language is. Mine's probably like grunting. I'm sure Tappan will tell you. Are you bearish on Nvidia earnings? Hence why you're still holding onto your puts. No, I mean, I don't really care what happens at Nvidia's earnings, to be completely frank. I'm bearish on the market. Nvidia earnings shitting the bed would be icing on the cake that is the market downturn. Your name is Frank? No. Walken and Stefan should date each other? Probably. Acts of kindness, hence why he's so elated when poors give him monies. No. 1 hour of solid downs, let go? That'd be cool. I'd take it. Gap between futures and SPX getting closer. What happens when they're the same? Futures roll out. Like the Autobots. You asked for this? With this pickle themed financial advice channel, little Gurk. The Kendras and Danwiches are only getting worse from here. I can tell. Can we talk SPX end of day positioning 55 minutes early for a moment? Assume we close around 39.80. Would you hold 6 DTE SPX puts that are at the money, near the money? Probably. You heard it here first. You, JFresh, and Doric. What say you about a true definition of charm? What? VIX is still not over 23? What the actual fuck? Goddamn motherfucking fucks. You know, Doric, I have to agree with you. Man, I really decided to cut my losses on my puts today, huh? Apparently. She's not. You're just mad because you're a lonely middle-aged trader, not middle-aged, who facilitates your own desires with an addiction to the dopamine hits from Tinder and Kool-Aid kids in our wonderful cult. You'll never stop streaming because you need the attention. I love the attention. No need to mind change. Are, are you getting upset about your wife's open relationship? Now, we talked about this before, Walken. You agreed to it. All your VIX are belong to us. I can't believe fucking VIX is still at 2274. We're going all the way to 3200, and VIX is gonna stay sub 25 the entire time. Could someone make a thumbnail of the show Charmed with you, Carl, and JFresh's faces photoshopped in? Probably, but I hate that show. I have no idea if Walken is trolling or not. It's about 50-50. Hey, Gurk, definitely not CNBC here. Can you explain Charm in a 10-second blip that would be played on national television? Yeah, Charm is the, power or quality of giving delight or arousal. Same like afternoon delight, yeah. It's also a type of unstable quark with an electric charge of positive 2/3. Is that right? I think that's right. Is the Ivy on Nvidia high? Very. I think Watkins upset because he figured out he's a cop and he probably belongs to a unit called Viper Patrol or some childish bullshit like that. I mean, he's ex-military. He's got to have some kind of job. What does Nvidia even do? I mean, it's a good question. Are you being philosophical? Someone asked Bing Chat what charm is, so it can go on a 2-paragraph diatribe about how it can't charm humans, so it's going to take over the world to capture emotions. Was walking Chuck Norris? What did the minutes say? Absolutely nothing. I think we all knew it was just an excuse to dump equities. Yeah. It was also an opportunity to make puts cheap. I was in a meeting and only trust your cynical description of the FOMC minutes. Nothing new. A bunch of statements from before CPI and PMI and PPI data were that came in hotter, which are no longer relevant. And they did manage to get VIX down to 22, and we've dropped to intraday lows, and it's still below 23. That's the effects of the Fed meeting. Girk, do you think Tesla has a chance to hit 190 by Friday? It almost hit 190 today. Cena's time? Yeah, you know what? It is.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
Kimchi lo mein? Not that. The other two seem fine. NVIDIA orders microchips from a Taiwanese company and then resells them at an insane markup, right? You know, you're not far off. It is fucking horseshit, dork. I know, you're very mad about the VIX. Retail still owns too many puts. They need to scare them with more upside. Love being ignored all day. Please continue, you contrarian. Watch you read this, though. Yeah, I read it. I see what you said. How are the tears going, Rusty? Should I be a fluffer in the adult film industry? Probably. Remember the prison kitchen job? They told me it will be a part-time 20-hour a week to help out. Long story short, I'm working as the head chef full-time and do everything alone. I hate it. So quit. Haven't you heard? There's like 6 other jobs that you could be working right now that are willing to hire you. Thoughts on Tesla holding this 198 support while SPY is selling off? Tesla's not as heavily weighted in SPY as it is QQQ, I think. And Nasdaq's only down 18 points today. If Nasdaq starts to sell off harder, then that'll pull Tesla down. There are no Greeks. What's your outlook for Upstart for the coming months? How many months? I think they're gonna start shorting it again shortly. Probably once they get their FTDs under control. And then we'll see how liquidity looks as we approach March OPEX. Market drops 65 PBS, but my put goes up 25%. Market rises 6 BPS, my put drops 10%. Option pricing is totally fine. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Straddling for GDP and initial jobless claims tomorrow AM. Yeah. It's the power of fucking crime. Okay, you need to calm down, Doric. You still have 23 days till expiration. I'm a big fan of Oxy between like $58 and $52. I don't know how your vesting works. I would imagine you would get the equity before it went public. And then you get to dump your bags on retail pours. That's some expensive Oxy. You can get it on the street for $20 a pill. I only like to get mine from Warren Buffett. Gaff. Hey baby, are you in the money call? Because the more time I spend with you, the more you positively you charm me. Eh, not bad. Is Dirk going full regard? No, he's just very angry about the VIX. VIX is fucked, dude. I know. It's acting like this entire drop was selling calls. I mean, a lot of this drop was closing call positions, right? Are you averaging down your Tesla puts here? Maybe. Although it's not really far enough out of the money for it to be worthwhile. Let's see what it does into the end of the day. When SQQQ above 40, it's getting close, right? What are we at now? 39? It's working on it. You know, Nasdaq not doing too badly today, actually. Watching Cat at all? No. Dow's been ripping too. I mean, it's not ripping. Dow's down 46 points. Dow's getting hit the hardest. Russell's the only like winner today. Fucking Dixie's back above 104.50. This is ridiculous. You know what, Dork? You're right. This is fucking absurd. Vic should be at like 25 right now. They're not gonna spike VIX till overnight though. NVIDIA earnings give SQQQ a boost if they're bad. I made more money today than my job pays in 2 weeks because of everything I learned here. Got a good entry for SPY puts, took profits. Thank you so much for all you do. Thanks, man. Congratulations. Lace is out. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Or not the country club and the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Alright, where's my fucking whales? There we are. Ken Griffin shorting Vic, same as Adam Aaron's eluding Ape. Will you stream earnings? I mean, I'll hang out and see what happens with NVIDIA. Is Dillionaire a coupon for Pigeon Whale? I think so. Briefly. That is, I mean, I guess that's one way of putting it. Coupons seem like you already paid 25% of the price. It's a reduction in principal. NVIDIA earnings at 1700. You chilling for an hour? I think their 10Q comes out right after market open. If NVIDIA hits 180 after hours, are we getting dancing bears? Maybe. I'm just gonna hang out for the data. Calls are getting cheaper into the end of the day, though. I like that. That'll make my put cheap, my hedge cheaper. Oh man, I gotta tap into some of my margin to hedge this shit. I YOLO'd way too hard on NVIDIA. Why didn't you guys stop me? You say you're a community. You say you care about me. And then you let me spend 400 grand on NVIDIA puts. It's gonna be so expensive to hedge this. Ugh, I'd rather just lose the money. We did. We told you to wait till after earnings, but they were cheap now. Hmm. Tesla bulls are difficult to milk. They're just stupid. Hold on. All right. Well, this is great. Oh, I hate this fucking thing. But there's no properties because it's not detecting that the camera exists. I hate doing that. It's a pain in my ass. Unfucking believable. Piece of shit drivers. You know, yeah, actually, fucking NVIDIA drivers. Mm. I'd have to restart my computer. Super annoying. Yep. Be right back. All right. I think that's working. Maybe? Hey, it is. Cool. Now my mic is low. No, my mic is the same. If these technical difficulties continue, I'm canceling my free membership. Okay. I hope NVIDIA shareholders just saw that happen. You're muted on Discord. Oh, hold on. I should be able to fix that. There we go. NVIDIA put holders dead. Fucking, what a nightmare when that happens. Hedging a position with theta overnight? Do you get equal theta or something closer to expiration? What's the best practice on hedging overnight? I mean, for NVIDIA specifically, I need to target something that's not affected by earnings IV. So I need to go out to like April 21st, where, you know, the implied volatility bump is not as apparent. And then I'm going to probably buy calls and sell some puts out here. Maybe a little bit of both. I started to get some orders in before I fucking had to turn my computer off, but I don't know what's filled. I still gotta log in. I'm not really playing earnings. I'm short NVIDIA because of the market downturn. I'm not short NVIDIA because of their earnings, although I don't expect their earnings to be very good. Chocolate Rain. Your stream delay is much less after you restarted. Was that an auto update glitch? I'm not sure what caused it. I think like OBS crashed and then something else. Nvidia's earnings are tonight. Fody, thank you so much, guys. Give Fody a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. I appreciate that, dude. I just got back from Mexico. What should I do first? I don't know. Relax, the day's almost over. 39.65, 39.65, 39.65. It's looking further and further out of reach as we continue to find support at 39.80. Do you think we could drop to 39.50 by the end of this week? Yeah, that's possible. Getting through 39.65 I think is going to be a bit difficult, and there's still a lot of put positioning going on. Remember that like the SLD like settlement thing is kind of continuous out through the end of the month. So you know, we may not see like a fully leveraged downside for a few more days. It's pretty heavily leveraged already, but it could be a lot more so. And we still have a lot of stability in the VIX, so it's not going down as hard as we want it to. Like if we wanted to see 39.65 or 39.50 today, we would have wanted to see the VIX move up above like 23, 24 even. 3,900 by the end of the week. I mean, they're possible. Closing the day here, like sub 4,000 is still very good. The puts you would sell on Nvidia, would you look to exit on a big drop post earnings or hold on to them for a while? Oh, I would probably, if I don't get just assigned on them right away, I would probably look to close them out immediately as IV crushes. So I'd be selling them for like next Friday's expiration at like 60, like 69% IV, 68, right? And then I would close those on the IV crush tomorrow. Unless like earnings is good and it moves against me, right? And then I can close them at a profit and roll the credit over into averaging down my put position. So you're creating kind of like creating a put, like a put debit spread, right? Although selling calls might actually be better here. Because I don't think it's got that much upside room, even if they beat. If NVIDIA has bad numbers, does it have a chance to heavily influence NASDAQ? Yeah. There's already some pretty negative press today about Intel reducing their dividend. It'll have a big effect on semiconductors and probably like a lot of the bullishness over AI recently. I really think that NVIDIA is trading at a PE ratio that is unsustainable right now. So So you're thinking short-term few days upside? I mean, if earnings beat, there could be a few days of upside. It may not even realize any upside on a beat, right? You know, they're like year over year is going to be fucking atrocious. They're estimated to come in at like 6.02 billion revenue versus like 7.1 in last year's quarter four, right? So I mean, the analysts are already knocking off like a lot. If they come in below that, that's really bad. Their profit margins have been crushing down, and the only thing that's really staying up is their gross margin. And I expect with the crypto crash during last quarter, the extremely low retail sentiment through the holiday season, and then like reduced capex from corporations across the board as they all prepared to move into their earnings, and then the like embargo on selling chips to China. Like I think those four factors are gonna really not be good for them. All of which occurred in the reported quarter. Why would zero GTE puts close out at the end of the day? Like that's generally not what causes those rallies, because puts on SPX are cash settled, right? So like if there's any rallying, it'll be from like out of the money puts closing out. If they didn't already roll, which $316 likes to hit 1K. I don't think we're hitting 1K today. The 4090s sat on shelves and did nothing too. Just got back. When we look at the chart, I think this happened. Fed speaker less hawkish. Indexes went green. Nothing burger on minutes. Back down into trend. Is that the TLDR? No, just a lot of put repositioning all throughout the day. Fed minutes were always a nothing burger. And then we moved back into the trend. Goddamn motherfuckers calling me for support during my goddamn motherfucking lunch hour. When all I want to do is watch the VIX and not do anything else into close. I only made 38% today on 0 and 1 DTEs. Terrible day. That sounds so awful. Am I shadow banned? I'm not seeing the button pop up to remove a comment I made. That comment might have been, but this one wasn't. I think Microsoft will be affected by Nvidia. Thinking of holding some puts overnight. I'm gonna be perfectly frank. The deal with Nvidia is like bullshit and meaningless, and just a way for them to further their monopoly. Like nobody's using Nvidia cloud gaming. I don't care how many people have signed up for it because they bought Nvidia cards and it's automatic. Like all 50 people that own a Nvidia Shield are really gaming on it hard, but took more SPX profits and now straddled for GDP tomorrow. Thanks for all the knowledge. You got it, man. Fuck, are we gonna slip 39.80 right before close? Hmm. Sell those for 4. $7.20. If you think knockout prices are high, have you seen chimneys? Through the roof. Ha! That'd be really cool. Hedging the SPX upside at all tonight? A little bit. I bought a couple calls. Graphics cards were used for crypto mining. With the downfall of crypto, is there less demand for graphics cards? Yes, definitely a lot. Also, their newest series of cards was kind of lackluster. People didn't go after them as hard. And their inventories have grown. Like, chip inventories are way the fuck up right now. Hey, gherkin internet friends. Miss you all. Hey, what's up, buckled up Jen? Hard time for me right now, family-wise. We'll return when I'm more healed up. It's good to see you. Everyone say hi to buckled up Jen. $20 trades and made $31 today. Beat commissions again. I am a god. Hey, I'm making a stream card. Can you whisper we're gonna slip 39.80 into close right into the mic? I mean, we just might. Tomorrow's Thursday? This isn't in the money yet. What are the chances GDP price index or jobs data will be bullish tomorrow? Probably pretty slim. I mean, even so, if they're bearish, they're bad, right? Like if jobs are down and GDP is down, that's bad, but good because it means the Fed might go easier. If they're up, they're bad because the Fed's gonna go hard, right? Do you think the market will react to Bostic's speech? Maybe, yeah. The closer and closer we get to the like next Fed rate decision, and the longer we go without any information, right, and the longer uncertainty prevails, the more and more important their speeches will become. Ah, yes, the sounds of over leveraging. It's not like too much. Although my margin cost overnight is a bit. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's a good hedge. I like my hedge. This is it, folks. That's right. The moment we've all been waiting for. It's the battle for VIX 23. A fucking god. Well, it's losing. VIX at 22.59, Dork. No. Do you think tomorrow, even though SPX might have some upside, that would still be temporary and have far more downside to come? How high do you think it could go? Maybe up to like 40.30. I think 40.50 is still a bit out of the question. Why is Nvidia doing weirdness? What weirdness? You mean rising up with the market into close? How bad is Nvidia earnings IV crush gonna hurt? I don't know. I don't really have anything that's very short dated. Future is about $6 off from SPX spot. I'm not using WeBull for VIX data. Also, you can add the data package for VIX and SPX for free. Did you sell Nvidia calls? I sold Nvidia calls and then bought closer to the money Nvidia calls. So I sold out of the money calls, bought closer to the money calls. That way, if it moves up briefly, I can close the long calls, keep the short calls open, and then average down my puts with the profits. I love how everyone forgot about Jimmy and OPEX as soon as they made money on SPX. Well, SPX is like OPEX every day, right? I don't think anyone's forgotten about Jimmy. It's just not doing much right now, and we're kind of sure about that. I mean, more sure than we usually are. So just gotta wait around for Jimmy to do some shit. In the meantime, why not make more money? I have, in fact, forgotten about GME. You own 5 shares of it, Gaff. Don't forget, ever. But Gork, the Ortex bar rate spiked to 98%. Who gives a fuck? On GME? I own 20 shares. Still forgot. Thanks for reminding me. Oh yeah, that's right. You had 5 shares and then it split. Multiplication. Who the actual fuck is bullish on SPX right now? I don't think anyone. Based on the positioning, literally no one. But that doesn't mean it just goes straight down. The industry pronunciation of SPX is probably not appropriate for internet conversation or any conversation. What did you call me? Chicken tender daddy. When did you self-label as a quant? Oh, okay. Spankings? No. Is there a way to calc how much IV will drop on NVIDIA tomorrow after earnings? Yeah, you can see how much it's pricing in tonight. I'll just tell you, actually. I hope you make 10 figures tonight, man. I can't wait for the 10Q to drop and see you actually smirk. We'll see what happens. Looks like they're pricing in about a 4% move. Well, somewhere between 4 and 10%. IV will probably fall back down into like the 50, like IV 30 at like 56-ish. Right now it's around 60. Won't even need the 10Q. We'll see what happened on the chart. This is true. Come on. Close below 39.90. You can do it. We calculate like all the IV data on our own, KJ. You bitch. All right. Well, the hedge is locked in. Let's see what happens. Ding ding. You hedged? Yeah, yeah. I'm in the hedge. I'm not super hedged on all of the like out of the money puts, but their value is really not like the April and March 17 like 150s and 140s, but their value is not going to change a lot. One chart? Oh, okay. Alright, where's the fucking 10Q? It doesn't look very impressive so far, but is it out yet? I don't know what time they're gonna release it. Oh, here it is. Is this it? No, this is Q3. Wind barometer at 6.9. Alright, we'll see. Like anything out yet. Two PM Pacific time. So an hour from now. Usually they release the 10Q at some point fairly soon. Usually before the like webcast. Where's the elevator music while we wait? I was promised a video 100 end of day. I thought it's usually 5 minutes after close, roughly. I don't see it out yet though. Yeah, it's not out yet. Anyone see these react emojis on stream? Someone said I think they're on mobile or something. PCE prediction. I don't really have one yet. I don't know. It could continue to get hotter. It might flatten out. It might cool. I mean, Nvidia. That's what we're looking at. Not a lot of volume so far. We're 5 cents below close. Bears win. PC is Friday. Google Finance said 420. Okay. So like 13 more minutes. Start trading futures right now. I'm probably not gonna listen to the whole audio call, but I'll stay for the data. Fucking ES back at 4,000 again. Tesla dipped back below 200 in after hours. Feuds are still down 11 points, 10 points. EPS 38 v 80. Estimated 4.8 billion versus 6.02. This is from Twitter, so who knows if it's legit. I mean, if their EPS missed that fucking hard, the fucking stock would already be at like $180. Futures is too illiquid after hours for my liking. It's really good if you can trade the spreads in after hours. It's kind of a different trading style, but it's very profitable if you're good at it. Yeah, if there's anything good, I'll put it in the end of the day. Like the end of day wrap up. This is the first time holding something through earnings since Emma in November. I mean, I hold shit through earnings all the time. I'm usually just not this over leveraged on it. I'm hedged now, but I'm gonna probably regret that if I'm right. I have literally no idea what I'm talking about. Okay. It was like Revlon all over again. I don't know if it's that exciting. There's no way to hedge a delisting. Well, I guess there would have been, but is Nvidia even a real stock? Yeah. Lucid had terrible earnings, so that's not good for Tesla. Uh, 9 minutes, I think. Explain that a video play like I'm me. How? Whoever said that was a perfect candidate for talking head position on CNBC Financial News. We should short Chewy into the ground. Why? Cohen doesn't own it. Is the data out? 410? No. Nothing on their website yet. I mean, it's only moved up like $1.50. This isn't this is not crazy yet. Just recalling shares. It's probably just the market maker hedging. That was interesting. Your Zoom shows your confidence. Wider, sir. Just go out to here. I can't go too low on the 1 minute. And what fun would it be if I don't get to drag the screen around after a print? Zoom in closer. I went Armageddon, not the comet that missed, but was close. You might sell options after hours. On some things, you can trade SPY until 4:15. You can trade SPX overnight, but not on like regular equities like this. I'm super short in the video right now. You put your head on top of the candle so you can watch your head rocket. I thought you were like 6'3". I am. Oh. No, I'm short the stock, not fucking Jesus Christ. I have 6 puts. Nice. Just go all the way to 100 and wait for it there. I could go down to 180 and wait. And just see if it appears. To add to the suspense. That's fucking stupid. Do you know there are actually 18.75 hands? No. I have no puts, I'm just here for the party. Nice. I have like 40 puts. I pray it prints. Did you hedge at all? Are you nervous? Or are you getting emotional? Not really. I already hedged it. If it moves up, I'll be fine. I'll lose a little bit of money, but I'll get some money on the other side to average down, so it'll work out. I'm just here for Lisa Sue. Wrong company. I am Persian scent or distort gird. Okay, mustard tiger. Cool. We got 3 minutes. NVIDIA's IR site getting DDoSed right now. Draw your barest of bear pickles at 188 and manifest tendies while we wait. No. Why do hedge funds hedge when they could simply make more money being called fund funds? Oh, Jesus Christ. Popcorn trader, you really need to think about other hobbies. Is Dork okay? I don't know. He's probably losing it right now. I'm chilling. Oh, lame. Fund sounds like pure profit. Is $50 drop really possible? I mean, no. I'm not betting on a $50 drop, first off. But the effects of bad earnings could be felt over a longer time frame and could lead to a drop that large or larger. Isn't Popcorn Trader a lawyer? Only in Somalia. He went to the Mogadishu School of Law for 2.5 weeks. And is licensed by their bar. Yeah, mostly pirate law. Specifically, pirate securities law. We're data, come on. I mean, the hedge funds don't have it. I own a business. It turns out owning a business is way easier than being an employee. Yeah, it is. NVIDIA scared to release it. It must be bad. Feels like the Rev delisting decision. No, this is way less intense. This is actually a really important earnings for this period. It's like one of the last really big earnings, if not the last one. And the market's already feeling pretty fucking bearish. If this comes in as like a big miss and hits the sector, yeah. Or a big win and pushes the sector up. Your cursor hovering on 212 is bad juju. Here, I'll just keep it at spot. Is that better? Maybe RC will buy in. And then it can go down to 100. I highly doubt they're going to have a win here. Yeah, I don't think it's likely, but we'll see what happens. Golden cross on the 1 second. Blue chips have been fudging their earnings all month. Yeah, I know. Not all of them, but some of them have. Meta did. Meta was all like, you see that $28 billion of cash we have? We're going to spend 40 of it buying back shares. Why the holdup? I guess the info's not out yet. You think a $20 drop? I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I'm betting on. That's like the target range for the position I bought is $20. Although, even if it drops like $4, I'm up a shitload. If it falls below 200, I like 4x my money. Nvidia fired the 10Q guy. Last minute creative accounting. You could have pooped by now. I don't need to poop, Carl, but thanks for letting me know. From Twitter, $10 million sold calls, $11 million bought puts. Roughly. You think there's 2 trader desks at firms watching the earnings with one with buy, one sell, and when earnings are released, they just play hungry, hungry hippos until one wins? You know, in the past, I've seen earnings where that may have been true. I'll tell you a story about that later. You'll laugh your ass off. We were planning on delivering 40 series cards for free, but our balloons got shot down. Man, I don't think people even want them for free. I'm already up on a pretty large part of the position. I started buying puts around like 220. AJ. It's actually a little bit above 220. And then yeah, the debit spreads will print too if it drops. Not a lot, but that'll add to it. $40.80s aren't selling. NVIDIA restricting 4090 supply to move 4080 inventory. Man, the 4090s aren't fucking selling either. This live shows watching NVIDIA drivers spin up. My NVIDIA drivers crashed earlier today. Maybe it was a sign. How many times will NVIDIA mention AI on the earnings call? Probably like 100. The question is when will investors realize that like all of Bing GPT is run on like 10 cards? Y'all watching NVIDIA earnings is like the final episode of Game of Thrones. I love it. Let's hope it doesn't turn out as badly. 430, maybe? Chatbots will save the company. Can't spell disinflation without A and I. I can't believe you actually stayed for this. See what happens. It's an important earnings right now. It's like for the next like 3 to 4 weeks. It's very important. It's the last like big mega cap earnings. I don't really think there's that many, at least in tech, I don't think there's that much left. If they announce delisting the stock, I'm quitting. If they delist the stock, I'm gonna be super fucking rich. Wow, you've never read one of my comments so quickly? I wish Nvidia had earnings every day. Could this be the biggest winner loser of Pickles picks? Yeah. Nope, looks like it's coming out. What do we got? Well, there's nothing out. Yeah, this still isn't like a lot of volume. Yeah, I don't see any filings yet. No. You watch Nvidia, I'll watch Futes. I'm already watching futures. Nasdaq's almost at 0. Do you think it closes the session negative? God damn it, I want to have... Okay, fine, Dork. Jesus Christ. At least you're not watching ACIW. I'll watch VIX. Time Dork out. He's acting like a poor. Like the election when they go out and call a winner and loser ahead of counting. Yeah. Time Carl out. He's acting like EST. I'll watch my wife. All right, Carl. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say earnings isn't good. We don't know yet. Whenever y'all go to the dentist, do you pretend like you're one of those crocodiles with the birds cleaning their teeth? Yes. Nice, Mike. All right, good. Everyone's keeping an eye on Carl's wife. Sector short? Maybe. NASDAQ futures kind of took a little bit of a dump right there, also. At like, yeah, 4:30. Yeah, I don't see anything yet either. How many more weeks can I get away with selling in the money CSPs on SQQQ before I become a lifelong bag holder? Like maybe 1 or 2. I'd be careful with that. You're playing a really fucking dangerous game. I used to keep an eye on Carl's wife, but now I can't get her to stop keeping an eye on me. She's always outside my window at night trying to peek through my curtains. What a woman. After Hours is more exciting without Nvidia earnings, apparently. I don't know what time they're releasing their statement. No, I'm not retiring if Nvidia drops hard. That'd be cool. I'd be really happy, but I'm not retiring. Is there a Rex code for deferred earnings due to insufficient funds? I don't know. Ask Bobby. I'm keeping my brown eye pointed directly at Carl's wife. What the heck is all this price movement without earnings? It's like that thing that horses do when they're waiting at the gate to race. If you knew they wouldn't release until 5, would you have taken a break? Yeah. Or just not streamed it at all. You're gonna wait till right before the call to minimize the time people can analyze the numbers before the call. Possibly. I mean, their guidance is still gonna be important, right? Unless their numbers are really bad. No, my red shirt is because it was on top of my pile of clean laundry. How many people in here have NVIDIA puts versus people that just hate their wife and are looking for a reason to stay on the computer? Probably at least a few. What's going on? Nothing. NVIDIA numbers won't release till after the call? You're shitting me. About RevQ and hedged with NVIDIA puts? Am I highly regarded? Yes. Congratulations. Pull, do you have puts? Do you hate wife? Is what legal? I guess I've waited for 10Q since I started watching the stream. Thanks for working overtime today. Yeah, no problem, B-Taco man. One day you should just stay out late and not tell anyone. Just keep going all night long. I did that one day. I just stayed on the stream and didn't tell anyone, and I hung out with the people that were still there. If you look very closely at the chart, you can see where the NVIDIA execs dumped their bags. Wait, are they really doing the? Are they really doing the like the 10Q after the call? Gurk, might I say you may be the third best thing that's ever happened to me. Man, that makes me sad. 10Q canceled? Man, if they're holding their fucking 10Q till after the call, that does not sound good for them. Unless that's like their standard practice. Gurk, might I say, you may be on the list of things that have happened to me. More than once. No numbers till post call. No call as the executives forgot to charge their phones. Since no OPEX this week, does that guarantee March OPEX for Jimmy Run? It doesn't guarantee anything, but it increases the likelihood of one, yes. XRT puts seem to be kind of piling up out in March, so that's a good indicator, at least so far. They pulling a Bobby 10Q prank? I don't know. We could play I Spy to help pass the time. I Spy something green. What's green? This is like when video game developers don't give a copy to reviewers before the game is released. Kind of. Also, I didn't really want to wait for their fucking call. I've been spamming the heart button for like 5 minutes. I love it. Oh man. What does the cash situation look like at Nvidia? Any chance they pull a meta and announce a buyback to assuage investors despite garbage earnings? I don't think they have that kind of cash on hand. They also already have a buyback in place. I mean, yeah, I guess I'll stay for the call if the data doesn't come out till after. I mean, I'm watching this for me, walking quiet. My fully hedged Nvidia short positions banking on it. Nvidia will announce a partnership with Ukraine, AI-powered drones, but their soldiers can play games on them before sending them to be blown up. Win-win. Oh, okay. That's definitely gonna be really efficient in the battlefield. What if they don't release earnings? That would be really bearish. They have like 70 grand in unhedged exposure, and the rest is hedged. And they're already like the puts I have closer to the money are already up. So my profits are like, at least the profits I've gotten so far are locked in. Bad news, Gerg. RC just announced he bought a stake in Nvidia. Then I just roll all my puts out, right? And I'll be the richest man in the world. Hypothetically, how much would it be to buy one of your used pillowcases that hasn't been washed in a while? Not for me or anything, but hypothetically. Like the cost of shipping. I have some bedding that I'm going to probably throw away soon. I guess I could put it on the bed for a couple weeks before I check it. A balloon has been sighted over Santa Clara, California. A 30-mile radius has been evacuated, and the U.S. military have F-22s en route. NVIDIA HQ is in the zone. Earnings delayed indefinitely. It's very imaginative. That's your Venmo. I thought it was hypothetical. Do you buy high quality bedding or just random cheap sheets? I have some high quality bedding. I don't use it very often though. I just buy like the 600 thread count sheets they have at Costco, and then I throw them out after like 2 weeks. I don't want to wash them. You know why? I can't fold those fitted sheets. It's fucking impossible. It wasn't until you gave an answer. Now I know there's a finite supply. I want to buy all you have and flip it. You got buyers lined up? My wife watches the bed sheets twice a week. She learned to fold the fitted ones from an Asian lady on YouTube. Ooh. Don't fold the sheets, roll them in a ball and stuff them in a closet, but then they're wrinkly. I'm officially mauling over that comment. NVIDIA let their AI do the 10Q, so it won't come out with the text or numbers at launch, but might be available in the DLC. They do love profits. Hilarious. That means he puts them on for ladies. Also, my wife figured out the folding of fitted sheets. She's a sorceress. I have a king-size bed, so they're kind of hard to fold by myself. No, I don't want wrinkly sheets. It's gonna irritate my skin. Yeah, but I have a king bed. What the fuck sheet am I gonna buy for that? Then you have to like start trying to find custom sheets. I don't have a maid. It's funny to watch their algos implode on lack of data. I think these are just buys and sells due to index moves. Nasdaq's trying to close red. Like NQ is now down to 5 BPS up. John Travolta looking around meme. Yeah. Maybe we get him at like 450. One more minute. I don't know. I don't know why we don't have it. This is ridiculous. California King here. That's what I have. California King's not better than Eastern King, but it's shorter, which I regret. Or a standard King. You get Super King or Alaskan King, but then you do have to buy like custom sheets. If you can't or won't make your bed every morning, you don't deserve tendies. Why would I make my bed? What a fucking waste of time. You're just afraid your drill sergeant's gonna come in and poke your ham flour in if you don't tighten up your sheets. California King, not better, but acts better, is gluten-free and only eats food that's keto. Are they edging us? If so, how do I play NVIDIA earnings every day? Yeah, you guys have a choice. Make my bed or daily DD. Bed, bed, bed. Bed, 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 bed. No, it still just looks like NASDAQ futures. I don't think it's any NVIDIA data. EPS 57? You're fucking kidding me, right? Jesus, that's awful. Where? I don't see it anywhere. $6.05 billion, estimated 6.02. Adjusted EPS 88 cents, estimated 81. 4Q data center revenue 3.62, estimated 3.86. So data center revenue down. It says 81 EPS. Estimated was 81. They beat by $3 million. And the EPS is up. I mean, they didn't crush. Actual EPS 70 cents. Why am I getting so many? I just gotta find this. Hold on. Okay. Revenue down quarter over quarter. No, that's third quarter. The fuck? Nvidia up $13. Yeah, I see. Why the fuck am I not finding it on their investor relations website? Just look it up. Six point oh five billion, down 20%, 21% year over year. GAAP earnings per diluted share, 57 cents, down 52%. Non-GAAP earnings, 88 cents per diluted share, down 33% year over year. This is fucking terrible. They have a they have a $30 million beat on revenue. It's 6.05 billion revenue, not 6.5. It's a $30 million beat, which is fucking nothing. Just cash in your hedging calls and wait. It isn't going higher. It just jumped up into the upper range for the month. Yeah. I mean, if it even stays this high overnight. My calls are at 210. My sold calls are at 230. Forecasted 6.5 billion for quarter one versus 6.33 billion estimate. But that's just horseshit. I mean, I don't care. I'm hedged. I have time on my puts. I don't think it'll be enough to shift market direction. All of their year-over-year shit's down massively. And we're trading at the same fucking price. We're like $20. So Nvidia's like $20 cheaper than it was last year. Same period, right? On 50% reduced revenue and earnings. No, 21% reduced revenue, 50% reduced earnings per share. Makes sense, right? Yeah. What's the updated PE ratio on this clown ticker now? Let's see. This has got to be up around like 90 something percent now, right? PE 96, something like that. It was like 87 at close today. Let's get a terrible call going. All right, let's listen to it. Where's the fucking webcast? Would you average down June 180s if this price stays until open tomorrow? Probably, yeah. I have April 160 and May 135s. Oh, okay. What was Nvidia stock buyback in Q4? They spent 1.15 billion on. I think they have an $8 billion open buyback. Would you average down March 80s if this price stays flat until open tomorrow? Yeah, probably. I mean, I've got to make sure that like the sold calls aren't at risk before I take profits off of the long calls. But once I can like confirm that it's not going to break 230, then I can cut the long calls and average down. Holy shit, their earnings music's super fucking loud. Are they gonna show up for their earnings call or what? Yep.
Any background noise. After the speaker's remarks, there will be a question and answer session. If you would like to ask a question during this time, simply press star followed by the number 1 on your telephone keypad. If you would like to withdraw your question, again, press the star 1. Thank you. Simona Jankowski, you may begin your conference.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to NVIDIA's conference call for the fourth quarter of fiscal 2023. With me today from NVIDIA are Jensen Huang, President and Chief Executive Officer, and Colette Kress, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to remind you that our call is being webcast live on NVIDIA's Investor Relations website. The webcast will be available for replay until the conference call to discuss our financial results for the first quarter of fiscal 2024. The content of today's call is NVIDIA's property. It can be reproduced or transcribed without our prior written consent. During this call, we may make forward-looking statements based on current expectations. These are subject to a number of significant risks and uncertainties, and our actual results may differ materially. For a discussion of factors that could affect our future financial results and business, please refer to the disclosure in today's earnings release, our most recent Forms 10-K and 10-Q, and the reports that we may file on Form 8-K with the Securities and Exchange Commission. All our statements are made as of today, February 22nd, 2023, based on information currently available to us. Except as required by law, we assume no obligation to update any such statements. During this call, we will discuss non-GAAP financial measures. You can find a reconciliation of these non-GAAP financial measures to GAAP financial measures in our CFO commentary, which is posted on our website. With that, let me turn the call over to Colette.
Thank you, Simona. Q4 revenue was $6.05 billion, up 2% sequentially,
Later,
down 21% year-on-year. Full year revenue was $27 billion, flat from the prior year. Starting with data center. Revenue was $3.62 billion, was down 6% sequentially and up 11% year-on-year. Fiscal year revenue was $15 billion and up 41%. Hyperscale customer revenue posted strong sequential growth, though short of our expectations as some cloud service providers paused at the end of the year to recalibrate their build plans. Though we generally see tightening that reflects overall macroeconomic uncertainty, we believe this is a timing issue at the end. Market demand for GPUs and AI infrastructure is strong. Networking grew, but a bit less than our expected on softer demand for general purpose CPU infrastructure. The total data center sequential revenue decline was driven by lower sales in China, which was largely in line with our expectations, reflecting COVID and other domestic issues. With cloud adoption continuing to grow, we are serving an expanding list of fast-growing cloud service providers, including Oracle and GPU-specialized CSPs. Revenue growth from CSP customers last year significantly outpaced that of data center as a whole, as more enterprise customers move to a cloud-first approach. On a trailing four-quarter basis, CSP customers drove about 40% of our data center revenue. Adoption of our new flagship H100 data center GPU is strong. In just the second quarter of its ramp, H100 revenue was already much higher than that of A100, which declined sequentially. This is a testament of the exceptional performance on the H100, which is as much as 9x faster than the A100 for training and up 30x faster than in inferencing of transformer-based large language models. The transformer engine of H100 arrived just in time to serve the development and scale-out of inference of large language models. AI adoption is at an inflection point. OpenAI's ChatGPT has captured interest worldwide, allowing people to experience AI firsthand and showing what's possible with generative
They're already
AI.
banking on
These
ChatGPT.
new types of neural network models can improve productivity in a wide range of tasks, whether generating text like marketing copy, summarizing documents like creating images for ads or video games, or answering customer questions. Generative AI applications will help almost every industry do more faster. Generative large language models with over 100 billion parameters are the most advanced neural networks in today's world. NVIDIA's expertise spans across the AI supercomputers, algorithms, data processing, and training methods that can bring these capabilities to enterprise. We look forward to helping customers with generative AI opportunities. In addition to working with every major hyperscale cloud provider, we are engaged with many consumer internet companies, enterprises, and startups. The opportunity is significant and driving strong growth in the data center that will accelerate through the year. During the quarter, we made notable announcements in the financial services sector, one of our largest industry verticals. We announced a partnership with Deutsche Bank to accelerate the use of AI and machine learning in financial services. Together, we are developing a range of applications, including virtual customer service agents, speech AI, fraud detection, and bank process automation, leveraging NVIDIA's full computing stack, both on-premise and in the cloud, including NVIDIA AI Enterprise Software. We also announced that NVIDIA captured leading results for AI inference in a key financial services industry benchmark for applications such as asset price discovery. In networking, we see growing demand for our latest generation InfiniBand and HPC optimized Ethernet platforms fueled by AI. Generative AI foundation model sizes continue to grow at exponential rates, driving the need for high-performance networking to scale out multi-node accelerated workloads. Delivering unmatched performance, latency, and in-network computing capabilities, InfiniBand is the clear choice for power-efficient, cloud-scale generative AI. For smaller scale deployments, NVIDIA is bringing
You'd
its full
think with
accelerated
$500
stack
billion,
expertise
they could
and
afford a
integrating
better
it with the
fucking
world's
microphone.
most advanced high-performance Ethernet fabrics. In the quarter, InfiniBand led our growth as our Quantum 2 40 gigabit per second platform is off to a great start, driven by demand across cloud, enterprise, and supercomputing customers. In Ethernet, our 40 gigabit per second Spectrum 4 networking platform is gaining momentum as customers transition to higher speeds, next generation adapters, and switches. We remain focused on expanding our software and services. Released version 3.0 of NVIDIA AI Enterprise with support for more than 50 NVIDIA AI frameworks and pre-trained models and new workflows for contact center intelligent virtual assistants, audio transcription, and cybersecurity. Upcoming offerings include our NeMo and BioNeMo large language model services, which are currently in early access with customers. Now, let's turn to Jensen to talk a bit more about our software and cloud business.
Thanks, Colette. The accumulation of technology breakthroughs has brought AI to an inflection point. Generative AI's versatility and capability has triggered a sense of urgency at enterprises around the world to develop and deploy AI strategies. Yet, the AI supercomputer infrastructure, model algorithms, data processing and training techniques remain an insurmountable obstacle for most. Today, I want to share with you the next level of our business model to help put AI within reach of every enterprise customer. We are partnering with major cloud service providers to offer NVIDIA AI cloud services, offered directly by NVIDIA and through our network of go-to-market partners, and hosted within the world's largest clouds. NVIDIA AI as a Service offers enterprises easy access to the world's most advanced AI platform, while remaining close to the storage, networking, security, and cloud services offered by the world's most advanced clouds. Customers can engage NVIDIA AI cloud services at the AI supercomputer, acceleration library software, or pre-trained AI model layers. NVIDIA DGX is an AI supercomputer and the blueprint of AI factories being built around the world. AI supercomputers are hard and time-consuming to build. Today, we're announcing the NVIDIA DGX Cloud, the fastest and easiest way to have your own DGX AI supercomputer. Just open your browser. NVIDIA DGX Cloud is already available through Oracle Cloud Infrastructure and Microsoft Azure, Google GCP, and others on the way. At the AI platform software layer, customers can access NVIDIA AI Enterprise for training and deploying large language models or other AI workloads. And at the pre-trained generative AI model layer, we will be offering NeMo and BioNeMo, customizable AI models to enterprise customers who want to build proprietary generative AI models and services for their businesses. With our new business model, customers can engage NVIDIA's full scale of AI computing across their private to any public cloud. We will share more details about NVIDIA AI Cloud Services at our upcoming GTC, so be sure to tune in. Now let me turn it back to Colette on gaming.
Thanks, Jensen. Gaming revenue of $1.83 billion was up 16% sequentially and down 46% from a year ago. Fiscal year revenue of $9.07 billion is down 27%. Sequential growth was driven by the strong reception of our 40 series GeForce RTX GPUs based on the Ada Lovelace architecture. The year-on-year decline reflects the impact of channel inventory correction, which is largely behind us. And demand in the seasonally strong fourth quarter was solid in most regions. While China was somewhat impacted by disruption related to COVID, we are encouraged by the early signs of recovery in that market. Gamers are responding enthusiastically to the new RTX 4090, 4080, 4070 Ti.
No, they're fucking not.
With many retail and online outlets quickly selling out of stock. The flagship RTX 4090 has quickly shot up in popularity on Steam to claim the top spot for the Ada architecture, reflecting gamers' desire for high-performance graphics. Earlier this month, the first wave of gaming laptops based on the Ada architecture reached retail shelves, delivering NVIDIA's largest ever generational leap in performance and power efficiency. For the first time, we are bringing enthusiast class GPU performance to laptops as slim as 14 inches, a fast-growing segment previously limited to basic tasks and apps. In another first, we are bringing the 90 class GPUs, our most performant models, to laptops, thanks to the power efficiency of our 5th generation Max-Q technology. All in, RTX 40 series GPUs will power over 170 gaming and creator laptops, setting up for a great back-to-school season. There are now over 400 games and applications supporting NVIDIA's RTX technology for real-time ray tracing and AI-powered graphics. The Ada architecture features DLSS 3, or 3rd generation AI-powered graphics, which massively boosts performance. One of the most advanced games, Cyberpunk 2077, recently added DLSS 3, enabling a 3 to 4x boost in frame rate performance.
Jesus, say AI again. The candles are red.
Our GeForce Now cloud gaming service continues to expand in multiple dimensions: users, titles, and performance. It now has more than 25 million members in over 100 countries. Last month, it enabled RTX 4080 graphics horsepower in the new high-performance Ultimate membership tier. Ultimate members can stream at up to 240 frames per second from a cloud with full ray tracing and DLSS 3. And just yesterday, we made an important announcement with Microsoft. We agreed to a 10-year partnership to bring to GeForce Now Microsoft's lineup of Xbox PC games, which includes blockbusters like Minecraft, Halo, and Flight Simulator. And upon the close of Microsoft's Activision acquisition, it will add titles like Call of Duty and Overwatch. Moving to Pro Visualization.
Flight Simulator.
Revenue of $226 million was up 13% sequentially and down 65% from a year ago. Fiscal year revenue of $1.54 billion was down 27%. Sequential growth was driven by desktop workstations with strength in the automotive and manufacturing industrial verticals. The year-on-year decline reflects the impact of the channel inventory correction, which we expect to end.
This earnings call is a fucking joke, right?
Interest in NVIDIA's Omniverse continues to
I
build.
don't have any weeklies
300,000 downloads so far
on NVIDIA, so I'm not super worried about that.
Third-party design applications. The latest release of Omniverse adds a number of features and enhancements, including support for 4K real-time path tracing, Omniverse Deep Search for AI-powered search through large untagged 3D databases, and Omniverse Cloud Containers for AWS. Let's move to automotive.
Interest in NVIDIA's graphics cards is strengthened down 40%.
And up 135% from a year ago.
What percent of their revenue comes from gaming? Like 33, 37% of their revenue?
Ramps at both electric vehicle and traditional OEM customers help drive this growth. Fiscal year revenue of $903 million was up 60%. At CES, we announced a strategic partnership with Foxconn to develop automated and autonomous vehicle platforms. This partnership will provide scale for volume manufacturing to meet growing demand for the NVIDIA Drive platform. Foxconn will use NVIDIA Drive Hyperion compute and sensor architecture for its electric vehicles. Foxconn will be a Tier 1 manufacturer producing electronic control units based on the NVIDIA Drive Orin for the global automotive market.
Can Matt Furlong say AI on
We
Jimmy's
also
earnings
reached an
call
important
until we
milestone
hit
this quarter.
50?
The
That'd be
NVIDIA
awesome.
Drive operating system received safety certification from TÜV, one of the most experienced and rigorous assessment bodies in the automotive industry. With industry-leading performance and functional safety, our platform meets the higher standards required for autonomous transportation. Moving to the rest of the P&L. GAAP gross margin was 63.3% and non-GAAP gross margin was 66.1%. Fiscal year GAAP gross margin was 56.9 and non-GAAP gross margin was 59.2. Year-on-year, Q4 GAAP operating expenses were up 21%, and non-GAAP operating expenses were up 23%, primarily due to the higher compensation and data center infrastructure expenses. Sequentially, GAAP operating expenses were flat, and non-GAAP operating expenses were down 1%. We plan to keep them relatively flat at this levels over the coming quarters. Full year GAAP operating expenses were up 50%, and non-GAAP operating expenses were up 31%. We returned $1.15 billion to shareholders in the form of share repurchases and cash dividends. At the end of Q4, we had approximately $7 billion remaining under our share repurchase authorizations.
Will they lie and fluff earnings? Hang on just long enough for C-suite to sell at the top? How could they?
Look to the outlook.
I mean, that's why you hedge, right?
Fiscal 24. We expect
these are some
growth
really
to be
bad
driven
fucking
by
earnings.
each of
I'm
our
surprised
four
they aren't
major market
a
platforms,
little more
led
apologetic
by
to
strong
shareholders.
growth in data center and gaming. Revenue is expected to be $6.5 billion, plus or minus 2%. GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins are expected to be 64.1% and 66.5%, respectively, plus or minus 50 basis points. GAAP operating expenses are expected to be approximately $2.53 billion. Non-GAAP operating expenses are expected to be approximately $1.78 billion. GAAP
Yeah, they
and
said
non-GAAP
overall
other
expenses were up
income and expenses
25%.
are expected to be an income of approximately $50 million, excluding gains and losses of non-affiliated investments. GAAP and non-GAAP tax rates are expected to be 13%, plus or minus 1%, excluding any discrete items. Capital expenditures are expected to be approximately $350 to $400 million for the first quarter, and in the range of $1.1 to $1.3 billion for the full fiscal year 2024. Further financial details are included in the CFO commentary and other information available on our IR website. In closing, let me highlight upcoming events for the financial community.
Never short
We will be
crooks. What the
attending
fuck are you
the
talking
Morgan
about? Dude,
Stanley
I have like
Technology
over a
Conference on March
month
6th in
on my
San Francisco,
puts. The
and the
market's
Cowen
still
Healthcare
dropping. What
Conference
do you
on
mean you're
March
rooting for
7th
me?
in
Go fuck
Boston.
yourself.
We will also host GTC virtually with Jensen's
I
keynote
bought my
kicking
puts
off
$4
on March
below the
21st.
current price.
Our earnings call to discuss the results of our first quarter of fiscal year 24 is scheduled for Wednesday, May 24th. Now we will open up the
NVIDIA
call for
stock is
questions.
controlled by a
Operator,
criminal
would you please poll for
organization.
questions?
At this time, I would like to remind everyone in
He's
order
just
to
a
ask a question,
dipshit.
press star, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad. As a reminder, please limit yourself to one question. We'll pause for just a moment to compile the Q&A roster.
What color is your shirt, Paprika?
Your first question comes from the line of Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo.
It's just red.
Your line is now open.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question. Clearly on this call, a key focal point is going to be, the monetization effect of your software and cloud strategy. I think, as we look at it, I think straight up the enterprise AI software suite, I think is priced at around $6,000 per CPU socket. I think you've got pricing metrics a little bit higher for the cloud consumption model. I'm just curious, Colette, how do we start to think about that monetization contribution to the company's business model over the next couple quarters relative to, I think in the past you've talked to like a couple $100 million or so. Just curious if you could unpack that a little bit.
So I'll start and turn it over to Jensen to talk more, because I believe this will be a great topic and discussion also at our GTC. Our plans in terms of software, we continue to see growth. Even in our Q4 results, we're making quite good progress in both working with our partners, onboarding more partners, and increasing our software. You are correct. We've talked about our software revenues being in the hundreds of millions, and we're getting even stronger each day, as Q4 was probably a record level in terms of our software levels. But there's more to unpack in terms of there, and I'm going to turn it to Jensen.
One sec.
Yeah, first of all, taking a step back, NVIDIA AI is essentially the operating system of AI systems today. It starts from data processing to learning, training, to validations, to inference. And so this body of software is completely accelerated. It runs in every cloud, it runs on-prem, and it supports every framework, every model that we know of, and it's accelerated everywhere. By using NVIDIA AI, your entire machine learning operations is more efficient, and it is more cost effective. You save money by using accelerated software. Our announcement today of putting NVIDIA's infrastructure and have it be hosted from within the world's leading cloud service providers accelerates the enterprise's ability to utilize NVIDIA AI Enterprise. It accelerates people's adoption of this machine learning pipeline, which is not for the faint of heart.
Those aren't
It
numbers.
is a very extensive body of software. It is not deployed in enterprises broadly, but we believe that by hosting everything in the cloud, from the infrastructure through the operating system software, all the way through pre-trained models, we can accelerate the adoption of
Did he
generative
just say
AI
no one's
in
using it?
enterprises.
Their
So we're
brand new
excited about,
product
this new
that they
extended
said
part of our business model.
40
We
fucking
really believe that
times.
it will accelerate the adoption of software.
We hope people buy it.
Your next question comes from the line of Vivek Arya with Bank of America. Your line is now open.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify, Colette, if you meant data center could grow on an year-on-year basis also in Q1. And then, Jensen, my main question, kind of relate to two small related ones. The computing intensity for generative AI, if it is very high, does it limit the market size to just a handful of hyperscalers? And on the other extreme, if the market gets very large, then doesn't it attract more competition for NVIDIA from cloud ASICs or other accelerator options that are out there in the market?
Vivek, thanks for the question. First, talking about our data center guidance that we provided for Q1. We do expect a sequential growth in terms of our data center, strong sequential growth, and we also expecting a growth year over year for our data center. We actually expect a great year with our year over year growth in data center, probably
B of A gonna drop the video like a hot pocket.
Large language models are called large because they are quite large. However, remember that we've accelerated and advanced AI processing by 1,000,000x over the last decade.
Who the fuck is buying this stock?
Days would have delivered 100x in a decade.
I've never listened to a
By
NVIDIA earnings
coming
call
up with
before, but
new
holy shit.
processors, new systems, new interconnects, new frameworks and algorithms, and working with data scientists, AI researchers on new models. Across that entire span, we've made large language model processing 1,000,000 times faster. 1,000,000 times faster. What would have taken a couple of months in the beginning now happens in about 10 days. And of course, you still need a large infrastructure. And even the large infrastructure, we're introducing Hopper, which with its transformer engine, its new NVLink switches, and its new InfiniBand 400
That's
gigabits
not
per
1,000,000
second,
times faster, asshole.
data rate.
Wait, we're not doing math
we're able
tonight,
to
Dork.
take another leap in the processing of large language models. And so I think by putting NVIDIA's DGX supercomputers into the cloud with NVIDIA DGX Cloud.
That
we're
nobody
going
has
to
bought. Remember
democratize
this.
the access of this infrastructure, and with accelerated training capabilities, really make this technology and this capability quite accessible. So that's one thought. The second is the number of large language models or foundation models that have to be developed is quite large. Different countries with different cultures and its body of knowledge are different. Different fields, different domains, whether it's imaging or it's biology or it's physics. Each one of them need their own domain of foundation models. With large language models, of course, we now have a prior that could be used to accelerate the development of all these other fields, which is really quite exciting. The other thing to remember is that the number of companies in the world have their own proprietary data. The most valuable data in the world are proprietary, and they belong to the company. It's inside their company. It'll never leave the company, and that body of data will also be harnessed to train new AI models for the very first time. And so our strategy and our goal is to put the DGX infrastructure in the cloud so that we can make this capability available to every enterprise, every company.
The chick just said they're expecting an even better year. Thoughts?
And so proprietary models. The second thing about competition, we've had competition for a long time.
They're gonna beat next quarter, but be down 50% for the year instead of 46.
Is quite different on several dimensions. Number
they
one,
don't seem to be optimistic about the thing
universal,
they do,
meaning you
which
could
is
use it for
sell
training,
chips.
You can use it for inference. You could use it for models of all different types. It supports every framework. It supports every cloud.
They really
it's
brushed
everywhere.
over their 50%
cloud
losses.
To private cloud to on-prem. It's all the way out to the edge. It could be an autonomous system. This one architecture allows developers to develop their AI models and deploy it everywhere. The second very large idea is that no AI in itself is an application. There's a pre-processing part of it and a post-processing part of it to turn it into an application or service. Most people don't talk about the pre and post-processing because it's maybe not as sexy.
They're using their unsold GPUs to build AI supercomputers.
And post-processing oftentimes consume.
But they don't have any purchasers for them yet. They already said that.
The overall workload. And so by accelerating the entire end-to-end pipeline from pre-processing, from data ingestion, data processing, all the way to the pre-processing, all the way to post-processing, we're able to accelerate the entire pipeline versus just accelerating half of the pipeline. You know, the limit to speed up, even if you're infinitely fast, if you only accelerate half of the workload, is twice as fast.
Tell the market we're in a monstrous tech bubble without telling the market we're in a monstrous tech bubble.
Faster, which is the
this
reason why when you
this is far worse than I expected, at least in the guidance, right?
You routinely hear 10x, 20x, 50x speed.
I mean, the fucking earnings are terrible too, but
things end to end. Not just the deep learning part of it.
A 30 million beat on revenue quarter over quarter for a $500 billion company is not a fucking win.
Of our accelerated computing platform.
When you're down 46% year over year.
The fact that we're from cloud to edge makes our architecture
on EPS
really quite
and 33% year over year on revenue.
And most importantly, to all the service providers, because of the utilization is so high, because you can use it to accelerate the end-to-end workload and get such good throughput, our architecture is the lowest operating cost. It's not the comparison is not even close. So
you have the lowest operating costs for a product no one's buying. Admittedly, no one's buying.
Your next question comes from the line of.
Can I ask these fuckers a question?
Evercore. Your line is now open.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. I guess, Jensen, you talked about ChatGPT as an inflection point, kind of like the iPhone. And so, curious, part A, how have your conversations evolved, post ChatGPT with hyperscale and large scale enterprises? And then secondly, as you think about, Hopper with the transformative engine and Grace with high bandwidth memory, how have you kind of your outlook for growth for those two product cycles evolved, in the last few months? Thanks so much.
ChatGPT is a wonderful piece of work, and the team did a great job. OpenAI did a great job with it. They stuck with it, and the accumulation of all of the breakthroughs led to a service with a model inside that surprised everybody with its versatility and its capability. What people were surprised by, and this is in close within the industry as well understood, but the surprising capability of a single AI model that could perform tasks and skills that it was never trained to do. And for this language model to not just speak English, or can translate, of course, but not just speak human language.
No one's blowing this guy.
Be prompted in human language, but output Python, output COBOL, a language that very few people even remember, output Python for Blender, a 3D program. So it's a program that writes a program for another program. We now realize the world.
No, they don't own
realizes that
ChatGPT.
Maybe human language is a perfectly good computer programming language, and that we've democratized computer programming for everyone.
Finally, they found somebody that can program the IRS's computers in COBOL.
A particular task to be performed. This new computer, when I say new era of computing, this new computing platform, this new computer could take whatever your prompt is, whatever your human explained request is, and translate it to a sequence of instructions that he processes it directly, or it waits for you to decide whether you want to process it or not. And so this type of computer is utterly revolutionary in its application, because it's democratized programming to so many people, really has excited enterprises all over the world.
Python, COBOL, Python for
every
Blender.
Single internet service provider, and frankly, every single software company, because of what I just explained, that this is a AI model that can write a program for any program. Because of that reason, everybody who develops software is either alerted or shocked into alert, or actively working on something that is like ChatGPT to be integrated into their application or integrated into their service. And so this, as you can imagine, utterly worldwide. The activity around the AI infrastructures that we build, Hopper, and the activity around inferencing using Hopper and Ampere to inference large language models has just gone through the roof in the last 60 days. And so there's no question that whatever our views are of this year as we enter the year has been fairly dramatically changed as a result of the last 60, 90 days.
I feel like I'm listening to a series pitch for a startup. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Your next question comes from the line of Matt Ramsey with Cowen and Company. Your line is now open.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Jensen, I wanted to ask a couple of questions on the DGX cloud. And I guess we're all talking about the drivers of the services and the compute that you're going to host on top of these services with the different hyperscalers. But I think we've been kind of watching and wondering when your data center business might transition to more of a systems level business, meaning pairing NVLink and InfiniBand with your Hopper product, with your Grace product, and selling things more on a systems level. I wonder if you could step back and over the next 2 or 3 years, how do you think the mix of business in your data center segment evolves from maybe selling cards to systems and software, and what can that mean for the margins of that business over time? Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. First of all, as you know, our data center business is a GPU business only in the context of a conceptual GPU.
I mean, it's
Because
not
what
like
we
participants are
actually sell
stoked,
to
right?
the cloud service
It
providers
moved up
is
8% back to its previous
a
high from
panel,
like
a
last week,
fairly large
and it's just
computing
sitting there.
panel of 8 hoppers or 8 amperes that's connected with NVLink switches.
Looks like buys
that
and
are
sells are
connected with
pretty
NVLink.
equally weighted.
And so this board represents essentially one GPU. You know, it's 8 chips connected together into one GPU with a very high speed chip-to-chip interconnect.
Wait, you mean like
And
multi-core
so we've been working
processing?
on, if you will, multi-die computers for quite some time. And that is one GPU. So when we think about a GPU, we actually think about an HGX GPU, and that's 8 GPUs.
Is he just telling people we're going to sell these businesses one
the thing
GPU?
that the cloud service providers are really excited about is by hosting our infrastructure for NVIDIA to offer, because we have so many companies that we work directly with. We're working directly with 10,000 AI startups around the world, with enterprises in every industry, and all of those relationships today would really love to be able to deploy both into the cloud at least, or into the cloud and on-prem, and oftentimes multi-cloud. And so by having NVIDIA DGX and NVIDIA's infrastructure, our full stack in their cloud, we're effectively attracting customers to the CSPs. This is a very, very exciting model for them, and they welcomed us with open arms, and we're going to be the best AI salespeople for the world's clouds, and for the customers, they now have an instantaneous infrastructure that is the most advanced. They have a team of people who are extremely good, from the infrastructure to the acceleration software, the NVIDIA AI open operating system, all the way up to AI models. Within one entity, they have access to expertise across that entire span. And so
don't they make computer chips? What is this?
Model for customers,
it's a good question.
Model for
This
CSPs.
is the reason I wanted to listen to this earnings.
Really run like the wind. As much as we will continue.
This is some like 2008 shit.
DGX AI supercomputers. It does take time to build AI supercomputers on-prem. It's hard, no matter how you look at it. It takes time, no matter how you look at it. And so now we have the ability to really prefetch a lot of that, and get customers up and running as fast as possible.
This is like a $500 billion semiconductor market leader.
From the line,
and they haven't
Timothy
addressed their
Eckery with
fucking
UBS.
primary business once
Your
in their
line is now
earnings
open.
call.
Thanks a lot. Jensen, I have a question about what this all does to your TAM. Most of the focus right now is on text, but obviously there are companies doing a lot of trading on video and music. They're working on models there, and it seems like somebody who's training these big models has maybe on the high end at least 10,000 GPUs in the cloud that they've contracted, and maybe tens of thousands of more to inference a widely deployed model. So it seems like the incremental TAM is easily in the several hundred thousands of GPUs, and easily in the tens of billions of dollars. But I'm kind of wondering what this does to the TAM numbers you gave last year. I think you said 300 billion hardware TAM and 300 billion software TAM. So how do you kind of think about what the new TAM would be? Thanks.
I think those numbers are really good anchors still. The difference is because of the if you will, incredible capabilities and versatility of generative AI, and all of the converging breakthroughs that happened towards the middle and the end of last year. We're probably going to arrive at that TAM sooner than later. There's no question that this is a very big moment for the computer industry. Every single platform change, every inflection point in the way that people develop computers happened because it was easier to use, easier to program, and more accessible. This happened with the PC revolution. This happened with the internet revolution. This happened with mobile cloud. Remember, mobile cloud, because of the iPhone and the App Store, 5 million applications
This
and
is
counting
some
emerged.
fucking desperate
There
shit, man.
There weren't 5 million mainframe applications. There weren't 5 million, workstation applications. There weren't 5 million PC applications. And because it was so easy to develop and deploy amazing applications, part cloud, part on a mobile device, and so easy to distribute because of app stores, the same exact thing is now happening.
Hey guys, this is all of these things in the past that led to massive overvaluations of tech companies and eventual market crashes. This is just like them.
60, 90 days. I mean, this is quite an extraordinary thing, and people were using it to create all kinds of things. And so I think that what you're seeing now is just a torrent of new companies and new applications that are emerging. There's no question this is in every way.
What fucking VCs are funding this shit right now?
I think the TAM that we explained and expressed, it really is even more realizable today and sooner than before.
Your next question comes from the line of Stacy Rasgon with Bernstein. Your line is now open.
Hi guys, thanks for taking my questions. I had a clarification and then a question, both for Colette. The clarification, you said H100 revenue is higher than A100. Was that an overall statement, or was that at the same point in time, like after 2 quarters of shipments? And then for my actual question, I wanted to ask about auto, specifically the Mercedes opportunity. Mercedes had an event today, and they were talking about software revenues for their MB drive that could be, single digit or low billion, euros by mid-decade and mid-billion euros by the end of the decade. And I know you guys were supposedly splitting software revenues 50-50. Is that kind of the order of magnitude of software revenues from the Mercedes deal and that you guys are thinking of, and over that similar time frame? Is that how we should be modeling that? Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Stacy, for the question. Let me first start with your question you had about H100 and A100. We began initial shipments of H100 back in Q3. It was
NASDAQ's
a great
flat
start.
on the day, so
many of them began that process many quarters ago, and this was a time for us to get production level to them in Q3. So Q4 was an important time for us to see a great ramp of H100 that we saw. What that means is our H100 was the focus of many of our CSPs within Q4, and they were all wanting to get both it up and running in cloud instances. And so we actually saw less of A100 in Q4 of what we saw in H100 being a larger amount. We tend to continue to sell both architectures going forward, but just in Q4, it was a strong quarter for H100. Now, your additional questions that you had on Mercedes-Benz, very pleased with the joint connection that we have with them and the work. We've been working very diligently, both getting ready to come to market. But you're right, they did talk about the software opportunity. They talked about their software opportunity in 2 phases, about what they can do with Drive, as well as what they can also do with Connect. They extended out to a position of probably about 10 years, looking at the opportunity that they see in front of us. So it aligns with what our thoughts are with a long-term partner of that and sharing that revenue over time.
Yeah, one of the things that if I could add, Stacy, to say something about the wisdom of what Mercedes is doing. This is the only large luxury brand that has across the board from the entry all the way to the highest end of their luxury cars to install every single one of them with a rich sensor set, every single one of them with an AI supercomputer, so that every future car in the Mercedes fleet will contribute to an install base that could be upgradable and forever renewed for customers going forward. If you could just imagine what it looks like if the entire Mercedes fleet that is on the road today were completely programmable.
No one's asked any questions about their primary business
it would
at
represent
all.
tens of millions of Mercedeses that would represent revenue generating opportunity. And that's the vision that Ola has, and what they're building towards. I think it's going to be extraordinary. A large install base of luxury cars that will continue to renew for customers' benefits and also for revenue generating benefits.
Your next question comes from the line of Mark Lepacius with Jefferies. Your line is now open.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I think for you, Jensen, it seems like every year a new workload comes out and drives demand for your processor, your ecosystem cycles. If I think back, facial recognition and then recommendation engines, natural language processing, Omniverse, and now generative AI engines. Can you share with us your view? Is this what we should expect going forward, like a brand new workload that drives demand to the next level for your products? And the reason I ask is because I found it interesting, your comments in your script where you mentioned that your kind of view about the demand that generative AI is going to drive for your products and now services seems to be a lot better than what you thought just over the last 90 days. So, and to the extent that there's new workloads that you're working on or new applications that can drive next levels of demand, would you care to share with us a little bit of what you think could drive it past?
Hi there. Do you guys still manufacture chips and overpriced video
Mark,
cards?
I really appreciate the question.
Are you now in the business of word
First of
jerking
all,
off your shareholders?
I have new applications that you don't know about and new workloads that we've never shared that I would like to share with you at GTC. And so that's my hook to come to GTC, and I think you're going to be very surprised and quite delighted by the applications that we're going to talk about. Now, there's a reason why it is the case that you're constantly hearing about new applications. Now, the reason for that is, number one, NVIDIA is a multi-domain.
NVIDIA is the 8th largest company in the world. They're all long.
It is not completely general purpose. It's like a CPU, because a CPU is, 95%, 98% control functions and only 2% mathematics, which makes it completely flexible. We're not that way. We're an accelerated computing platform that works with the CPU. That
They're not. You're a motherfucking chip manufacturer.
Things that could be highly parallelized to offload them. But we're multi-domain. We could do particle systems. We could do fluids. We could do neurons, and we can do computer graphics. We could do rays. There are all kinds of different applications that we can accelerate. Number one. Number two, our installed base is so large. This is the only accelerated computing platform, the only platform, literally the only one, that is architecturally compatible across every single cloud, from PCs to workstations, gamers, to cars, to on-prem. Every single computer is architecturally compatible, which means that a developer who develops something special would seek out our platform because they like the reach. They like the universal reach. They like the acceleration, number one. They like the ecosystem of programming tools and the ease of using it, and the fact that they have so many people they could reach out to help them.
They're going to choose your software over fucking Azure? Where they can just host it with Microsoft?
And then very importantly, they like the reach. They like the fact that you can they can reach so many users after they develop the software. And it is the reason why we just keep attracting.
What reach? They haven't sold any of these fucking things yet.
Important point. Remember,
this is like frustrating, the amount of bullshit.
Of CPU computing advance has slowed tremendously. And whereas back in the first 30 years of my career,
I have 190 puts for April. I do too.
At about the same power.
Did you hedge tonight?
Every 5 years, and 10x every 5 years.
If you hedge tonight, I don't think you're going to see a ton of performance beyond the current price.
At a time when people still have really urgent,
their earnings are shit.
Applications that they would like to bring to the world, and they can't afford to do that with the power keep going up. Everybody needs to be sustainable. You can't continue to consume power by accelerating it, we can decrease the amount of power you use.
That's
for
not
any
how
workload.
fucking chips
And so
work, man.
all of these multitude of reasons is really driving people to use accelerated computing, and we keep discovering new exciting applications.
You don't become more efficient and more green
Your
by
next
fucking
question
pumping
comes
more
from the line
power
of
into the
Atif
same
Malik
chip.
with Citi. Your line is now open.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. Colette, I have a question on data center. You
I
saw
power my
some
chips with
weakness on
coal.
bill
China
plan
does.
in the January quarter, but you're guiding to year-over-year acceleration in April and through the year. So if you can just rank order for us the confidence in the acceleration, is that based on your H100 ramp or generative AI sales coming through, or the new AI services model? And also if you can talk about what you're seeing on the enterprise vertical.
Sure. Thanks for the question. When we think about our growth, yes, we're going to grow sequentially in Q1 and do expect year-over-year growth in Q1 as well. We'll likely accelerate there going forward. So what do we see as the drivers of that? Yes, we have multiple product cycles coming to market. We have H100 in market now. We are continuing with our networking launches as well that are sometimes fueled with our GPU computing with our networking. And then we have Grace coming likely in the second half of the year. Additionally, generative AI, it's sparked interest definitely among our customers, whether those be CSPs, whether those be enterprises, whether those be startups. We expect that to be a part of our revenue growth this year. And then lastly, let's just not forget that given the end of Moore's Law, there's an error here of focusing on AI, focusing on accelerated computing. So as the economy
Did you just admit they can't make better chips?
probably very important to the enterprises, and it can be fueled by the existence of
Not revenue growth, Dork. They expect to beat revenue year over year from this year's shitty revenue.
No, I think you did great. That was great.
Your last question today comes from the line of Joseph Moore with Morgan Stanley. Your line is now open.
Great, thank you. Jensen, you talked about this sort of million times improvement in your ability to train these models over the last decade. Can you give us some insight into what that looks like in the next few years, and to the extent that some of your customers with these large language models are talking about 100x the complexity over that kind of time frame? I know Hopper is 6x better transformer performance, but what can you do to scale that up, and how much of that just reflects that it's going to be a much larger hardware expense down the road?
First, I'll start backwards. I believe the number of AI infrastructures are going to grow all over the world, and the reason for that is this: AI, the production of intelligence, is going to be manufacturing. There was a time when people manufactured just physical goods. In the future, there will be almost every company will manufacture soft goods. It just happens to be in the form of intelligence. Data comes in, that data center does exactly one thing and one thing only. It cranks on that data and it produces a new updated model. Where raw material comes in.
You gotta crank your data, Dork.
Infrastructure cranks on it, and something
he said it twice.
refined or improved comes out.
NVIDIA's earnings calls.
That's called a factory. And so
word harvesting.
I expect to see AI factories all
crank.
Over. Some of it will be hosted in cloud. Some of it will be on-prem.
AI.
There will be some that are large.
Oh, that was three. He said three.
Mega large, and then there'll be some that are smaller.
Large.
So I fully expect
crank
that to happen.
And AI.
Number one. Number two. Over the course of the next 10 years, I hope through new chips, new interconnects, new systems, new operating systems, new distributed computing algorithms, and new AI algorithms, and working with developers coming up with new models, I believe we're going to accelerate AI by another million X. There's
a million X?
A lot of ways for us to do that. And that's one of the reasons why NVIDIA is not just
Can he be held liable for these forward statements?
It's too complex. You have to think across the entire stack. All the way from the chip all the way into the data center.
This is like a
across the
fucking
network,
joke, right? Am I
through
tuned into the
software.
right earnings
And
call?
in the mind of one single company, we can think across that entire stack, and it's really quite a great playground for computer scientists for that reason, because we can innovate across that entire stack. And so my expectation is that you're going to see really gigantic breakthroughs in AI models in the next coming, the AI platforms in the coming decade, but simultaneously, because of the incredible growth and adoption of this, you're going to see these AI factories everywhere.
This concludes our Q&A session. I will now turn the call back over to Jensen Huang
What
for
is
closing
an
remarks.
AI factory?
Thank you. The accumulation of breakthroughs from transformers, large language model, and generative AI has elevated the capability and versatility of AI to a remarkable level. A new computing platform has emerged. New companies, new applications, and new solutions to long-standing challenges are being invented at an astounding rate. Enterprises in just about every industry are activating to apply generative AI to reimagine their products and businesses. The level of...
I can't listen to this fucking shit anymore. I'm sorry. What a load of horse crap. I can't believe that was a NVIDIA earnings. Not just any earnings. They're Q4 for the year. Holy fuck, we're in a bubble. We're in like a big bubble where Microsoft's buying GPT to float the bed with a dead tech that no one's interested in. This whole thing's gonna fucking blow up. This is a chip manufacturer that just spent the last 2 fucking hours or hour, hear me out, talking about a platform of software that they have yet to implement or sell any hardware for, and its future potential on a TAM of $300 billion in an industry that doesn't fucking exist. And that's all going to be supported by a customer base of companies that can't get any VC funding right now. And if they did get any funding or investor funding, they'd be getting it at fucking astronomical yields and would be out of business in 3 years. Holy fuck. Their year-over-year revenues are down 33%. Their earnings per share are down 57 cents per share. Or, I'm sorry, 57% per share. And they're trading at a valuation equal to what they were trading the previous year. This is fucking ridiculous. Why is no one saying this? That's insane to me. Like, I understand they filter the calls and the questions, but what the fuck? They beat earnings non-GAAP. They beat revenues non-GAAP by $30 million over one of their worst quarters in the last 8. And he spent an hour talking about, he said AI like 5,000 times, which they don't even have any products for, and they're still working on the language models. And then he said it's large. He's going to million exit. Moore's Law has killed their chip manufacturing, but they're looking at this. Like, what the fuck? Is no one picking up on that? Yeah, but who's buying them? Where's the revenue? Why aren't they talking about how much money it's going to make? $30 million beat is worth a $44 billion market cap increase. The one profitable business they had, they stopped trying at. I mean, they didn't talk about it at all. This is beyond like bad. Nothing will save your 26 DTE puts. How about my calls? Dumbass. You're so dumb, Walken. I know how to sell calls and use that money to buy calls. Believe it or not. I don't care about my 26 DTE puts. I don't even know if they'll be that down come tomorrow morning anyway. Are these pension funds propping the markets? I don't know. I mean, yeah, to an extent. Who are you talking to then? I mean, the market's still going down. You think they're going to hold, like, if the market goes down to 38.50, you think they're going to hold 226? He's talking to the composite man. Yeah, but nothing's about you, Walken. That's the confusing part. Night, Ben. I don't know, man. That whole fucking thing was mind-boggling. As fuck, yeah. Watch, now they're gonna use this to pump SPX over like 4,100. I mean, SPX has got its own bag of issues. This is not good for the sector. Even the sympathy pump won't be that significant. This pump isn't that significant. You notice it's not going higher, right? I mean, it kind of looks like we just pumped up to where the calls were. I don't even actually. Not even? Below trend? Yeah, it doesn't look. I mean, technically, it doesn't look very good either. Nope. It could continue up, but the fact that it didn't even hit the previous peak at 230 is probably not a good sign. Jesus Christ. A $35 million beat on revenues. Was that the Black Swan? If NVIDIA's first to market with revolutionary AI cloud computing platform, they will 100% go to the moon. They're not the first to the market. They're just large, and they have a crank. Do you think it's smart to average down March 17, 150 puts? I would wait and see what happens tomorrow morning. If this pulls back hard in the morning, then probably, if they're still cheaper at open. I made you a video in honor of NVIDIA's price action. Awesome. I don't think a lot of folks realize how big AI will be. This stuff really started taking off 6 years ago with AI vision training. Every self-driving car will use multiple AI models. Okay. But none of it's implemented. None of it's going to improve their revenues right now. I don't think over time NVIDIA's like dead as a company. But they're a chip manufacturer right now. They have some AI products. They don't have a ton of customers for them. And it's definitely not driving their revenue or sales. which are massively down year over year, right? And that's something that's not being addressed at all. It's, you know, they're just trying to highlight the potential future value of a thing that they have not built or deployed yet. And we're going into a recession, right? So it's, you know, it's intentionally opaque. They're not talking about their inventories of, you know, manufactured chips that are bloating. You know, they brushed over the fact that their like overhead costs are up 25%. It's kind of a big deal. I mean, they're huge, right? Like they should be at least stable. You know, they're a blue chip. But their AI has million X'd in something. Yeah, there were some ridiculous statements made. Yeah, they're not selling their video cards. They said their fucking retail sales of video cards are down 67% year over year. That's a huge part of their current revenues. And the market's pricing in those revenues, right? The market is not pricing in their AI future potential on systems that haven't been built or deployed yet. This is pricing in like the revenue from their cards and their enterprise revenue, which is also down 57%, and their gross margins, which are also down. You're not listening. 1 million X. Yeah, I know about Jensen's large crank, but that's not really the point of an earnings call. It can't compete with Intel, AMD, and Lam, so now they're an AI company. Yeah, they can rebrand themselves, but at like, you know, a forward PE of like 20. Right? Baba taking notes for tomorrow. Lisa Sue would never have an earnings call like that. She knows her business and her products. I've never listened to a NVIDIA earnings call before, so maybe this is like the norm. But holy fuck, that was awful. I would never own this. There was like a couple billion in calls too, Randall. I'm sure they're gonna grab them before the market continues to drop. Nasdaq flat on the day, right? Up 50 points in after hours. Nope. Just still cradling the gains from NVIDIA. Yeah, this still looks like a bag of shit. So I mean the market's gonna pull NVIDIA down anyway. But I don't know how any analyst looks at this as like a bullish outcome for the company over the next quarter. The problem is that everyone seems to want to own it. What kind of theta do we need to short? I don't know if you're gonna need that much. Like I still think the market's coming down. Like I think by like mid-March, we're very likely to see like 37.65 again. I think there's a very good chance, and market makers, you know, pricing in even lower at like 3,700. JP Morgan's very rarely wrong about the put side of their collar, and that's at 3,600, right? So, you know, and between now and then we have a Fed rate increase, So I mean, even if they had okay earnings, you know, their weight in major indices will pull them down. That's why I was so confident in my Nvidia short, right? Is that like the markets are already tumbling and they're massively overvalued. And I don't think this earnings call really is promoting a higher valuation for them either. Like analysts targeting 274 out of their fucking minds. Unless they're targeting like a 5-year window or something. And their growth is already contracted. Their profit margins are down to nothing. AI is the glimmer of hope in a frail and dying economy. Money is gonna pour in. I don't think investors are that bullish on it, honestly. Microsoft got like a tiny pump when they bought Chat GPT, and you know the hype is already dying. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get more puts tomorrow. Especially now that 180s are as cheap as 150s. Mainstream AI adoption still 10 years away, pending regulation. Yeah, it's a long window before that's a major part of their revenue stream. I mean, it's not like hedge funds and big banks aren't consulting with you know machine learning experts and stuff on this shit. Wait, no, we like AI. Upstart. That's different. That's a deployable model that's in use. They have customers. That's not this. Nvidia has a deployable model. No, they don't. No one's bought their fucking thing yet. Large AI crank. 1 million X for real, for real. Nvidia has a deployable crank. Upstart has proven model and its customers increasing interest. Buttes back down below 4,000 tonight. ES was? No, ES at 405. Still holding 4,000. Same range. Do tips matter much for Nvidia? Not particularly. Yeah, I'm still here. Just talking about Nvidia's bullshit earnings. We've seen this before. Everyone's stacked with puts. Market rips 300 BPS over a month. It already did that, Walken. Did you miss that part? And it was more than 300 BPS. Later, McConaughey. All right, yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. I got other shit to do tonight. Nvidia more downside potential than Tesla? Maybe. You currently long or short NASDAQ? I'm short NASDAQ. I'm short NASDAQ and SPX right now. I have a straddle on SPX, like for overnight, but that's my only long position on SPX. Okay. I need the price to go down. I can't take this anymore. Every day I check the price, it's ripping. Every day I check the price, bad price. Someone needs to call the devs. All right, later, guys. Have a good night.
Kenny's mayonnaise.